why would it stack up like a pile of dirt if you go across a certain distance? And, they like to say, well, yeah, over a long, long distance. But I mean, how long is distances in the ocean between islands or anything? There should definitely be, curvature, at least in the globe model. And if there is curvature, then you should have the water like stacking up on top of the water. But I just feel like that makes no sense.
It'd be a hell of
water in, but it just doesn't. It wouldn't.
Like the thing that most people can't comprehend is how large that hill of water is supposed to be. In 30 miles, it's 400 feet.
Wow.
So it's a 40-story building. Got to think of that. If you're fucking 30 miles away,
Exactly.
anything shorter than 40-story building should not be visible. And we know that that's not what's actually the case. We could see shit 20 feet high at 40 miles away under right conditions.
That's a good argument. Really good argument. I'm going to write that down.
It's something that I feel like I've always known, internally, so that even when I was a kid and looked at pictures of the supposed, Earth from space that they didn't really take and stuff, I knew there was something weird there, and it wasn't until a long time later when I was reading Flat Earth stuff that they said, the water can't hold that shape. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, because how would it be, stacking up between the two edges of the cup that forms around it?
Well, I mean, the pictures from space thing, the problem with that is you can't even evaluate them. If I show you a picture where someone says, yeah, this is the Earth from space, how can you evaluate it to whether that actually is the case? That actually is a picture of Earth from space.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't.
Well, how could you? But no, just in principle. Just in principle. This is a hypothetical, right? In principle, how could anyone evaluate that, right? If someone took a picture and they said, "Hey, this is a picture of a horse from the top of that I took from the top of my house," I've seen a horse. I can easily look at it and go, I don't think that's a horse. That's a fucking cow, or you know what I mean, like. Or that's not a horse, that's a fucking beaver. I can evaluate it because I've seen a horse. But I've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So the picture that they claim, I can't even evaluate it at all because I have no idea what the Earth looks like from, 10,000 miles away. Right? So I have to just trust them in their claim that this is, hey, a photograph. I took this photograph from outer space. All you can do is trust them. That's the fundamental problem with images claiming to be from space, is that you can't even test them or evaluate them in any way. All you can do is go, yes, I believe it. No, I don't believe it. Right? Because you can't go there. And then there's so many supposedly images of Earth, and they all look different. Different angles, according to them, it's different focal lengths, different angles, different lighting conditions, different color values, different this is a composite, this is not a composite. Well, I mean, they don't even look consistent across each other. So, like, how the hell do you even evaluate any image as real? So, something AB does, which is quite interesting, is when someone says, pictures from space, he asks somebody, like, show us the one that you think is the best one, the one that proves the Earth is a globe the most. And you know what happens most of the time? Most of the time they post an image that they didn't check, and it's actually admitted to be a CGI image of Earth, which proves that they can't even tell the difference between a CGI one that they admitted CGI and one they claim is real. You can't even tell.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and it's just, you're right. People would have no idea what that's really a photograph of, because no one
Or if it's even a photograph.
That point of view.
Or if it's even a photograph.
Right.
And it could be a photograph of something. It doesn't mean it has to be a photograph of the Earth.
Well, here's one way that it's not a photograph, is because you see the totally impossible water physics of hills of water.
Exactly.
Things, and they're like, oh, it's a blue marble and stuff, a giant circle of water. But if you really like get down to thinking about it, you're like, there's no way water maintains a shape that has this curvature across the top, because that would involve water molecules like stacking on top of the other water molecules like a pile of dirt. But you know that water doesn't work that way. It all flows out to the sides and the edges.
Well, Shine, that's a good insight, because that's what you can do to test the image. You can see if the things that what the image depict are even possible. Curbing water, which we know is not possible. So that image is horseshit just on that.
That's
So it
right.
shows curbing oceans, and we can go check to see if the oceans are actually curbing.
Do you know how like mentalists and magicians will sometimes sort of like plant something in somebody's head so that they can read their answer later? I feel like anyone who's seen the picture of the quote-unquote Earth from space actually knows deep down that there's something deeply wrong in the picture, because the water just doesn't act like water is supposed to act. So whether they know it or not, they have like a seed of doubt in them already. This goes...
It's even better than that. If you watch somebody filming themselves on the top of a building and they overlook a building, you instantly get this weird feeling like you're about to fall. But then when you see people out in space doing their little spacewalk, you don't have that feeling. Even from the Red Bull space jump, you didn't have that feeling.
You don't think they're scared?
What's that?
You don't think they're scared? Is that what you're saying? Like they don't
No,
seem
I'm
scared?
saying when you're watching the video, have you ever seen somebody stand at the edge on a video, standing at the edge of a really tall building or a really steep cliff, and then you get this fear inside your chest as if you're there in the same moment?
Yeah.
But when you watch videos from space, supposedly, you don't get that same feeling. You don't get that feeling that you're going to fall.
I'll be back.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation, yeah.
I gotta go for like 5 minutes. I'll be back after that.
You're saying even your subconscious knows that it's
No
a load
offense,
of crap.
sheepdog. I think that's a really bad point, man.
That's a really bad point.
Yeah, like I don't get them sensations like watching people up cranes and stuff and radio antennas. I know a lot of people do, but it's not doesn't apply to everyone.
I get really pissed off at the lack of curiosity they have. It's like I'm just like I'm very much interested. Like I in how they think. Like how do I explain it? Because you're curious, right? I mean, like you're curious. You're interested, like knowing. Um,
I mean, like having an open mind,
yeah.
being open to the idea that maybe
Yeah, you know what I noticed? Yeah, at the end of at the end, like for example, at the end of the day, like it couldn't. At the end of the day, like the last belief they typically have, it's like it just couldn't be. It's just impossible for the light to be so big. That's pretty much like that's the final frontier for them. I think. What I noticed.
Well, it's not really that. There's a subconscious thing to it where they don't think they're stupid enough to fall for something. So there's an ego involved.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
There's a subconscious ego involved where they don't think that they were stupid enough to fall for that. Like it can't be that obvious. And so now they're like, well, I've known this in my entire life, and now I have to go against that. And I don't know how to explain it. They just don't think they were that stupid to be fooled.
Yeah, what about, like, for example, you personally? Like, are you 100% like sure? Because are you 100% sure that, for example, you're definitely standing on one side, right? So, like, are you still open to the fact that, like, the Earth might not be flat? Like, are you still, or
I know
definitely
we
not?
already changed. We did already change once. You shouldn't be questioning whether we'll flip flop, bro. We already changed. We're globe earthers, and we changed our mind based upon the evidence. Why wouldn't we change back if we got positive evidence the other way?
No. I'm not saying about like changing back, but just kind of like just wondering, like, because it's
Look,
like
I just accept the evidence. Whatever the evidence is, that's what it is. I don't care about any of the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just whatever the evidence says, that's what it is. I mean, like, what am I going to do? Go, oh, the evidence says it's a globe. I'll just fucking pretend it doesn't. Like, I don't do that.
Yeah, like in my case, I don't buy I have a very difficult time buying the idea. I bought it before, and yeah, now
Which idea?
I'm not a
Flat Earth?
subscriber. No, the globe.
Yeah. Well, you have to believe a lot of very freaking strange things, man, when you actually think about it. I mean, they don't. The globe is kind of like a used car. You go to the car dealership, they're trying to sell you a used car, and they're like, man, the engine runs great. We just freaking had it painted, has great freaking tires. Man, this is a freaking steal at any price. They don't tell you that the clutch is going, it has a leaky valve cover gasket, there's a hole in the muffler. Like, they don't tell you all that bad stuff, and the globe is the same way. They only tell you the stuff that works. They don't tell you the stuff that don't work. And the stuff or the crazy shit you have to believe, like the entire world is in some sort of optical illusion, man. Because you have to believe that even though the Earth looks flat everywhere you go, that's just an optical illusion. That it actually isn't flat. That everything you're seeing is not real, basically. Or that you can't perceive reality as it really is. That somehow you're deficient or defective to perceive reality. Because that's what they say. You're like ants on a beach ball. And the reason they use ants is because we have no concern for ants. Ants are just like insignificant bugs to be stepped on. Wow, and when they compare you to an ant, you're an insignificant bug to be stepped on. You're too insignificant to perceive reality as it really is. You're just a speck of dust. It is fucked up, dude. The whole thing is a mind fuck.
Yeah, but they're speaking for themselves, huh? Like,
it's like, yeah, I mean,
I don't want to. Yeah.
But it's almost like this weird cult that everybody like got absorbed into.
Mm-hmm.
The same way people get like sucked into telling their kids Santa's real. You know what I mean? Because I've heard a lot of people, right? They're like, I'm never going to tell my kids Santa's real. But then when they have kids and Christmas comes, they're doing it, right? Because they don't want to be like the odd man out. Or I told my, like, you'd rather your kids like live that freaking delusional freaking lie, at least for 5 years, than, just because it's, I don't know, idyllic, fantastic, whatever. So everybody ends up doing it, even though they say they're not gonna. That they're gonna tell they're gonna be the one parent that tells the kids the truth. It turns out they're not.
Most of the time,
might be like a lack of originality.
Parents, for ruining.
They say that
the other
they
kids,
say that.
Like belief in Santa. Yeah. Sorry, Lena. Sorry. Just
no, it's fine. Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
I was just saying that most of the time with the telling the kids about Santa, like it's the part of taking flack from other parents that find out when your child has told their child Santa ain't real because my daddy told me he's not real.
Oh yeah, true that.
So
That's
they
why
end
you
up just
put your
going
kids
along
in
with it. You know?
kickboxing and jiu-jitsu.
With Santa? Does everybody dress up like elves? And you freaking just fuck each other up as elves?
Anyway, didn't mean to, take the combo off topic there. Lionel, you were going to say something?
I feel no. I just want.
You cut out, Lionel. Your audio just...
I dropped my phone.
Oh,
Dude, I feel so fortunate. You know, my sometimes most of the time I look at my family and I see it probably as most people. Like my family seems to be broken, But I'm so fortunate of my parents, both my dad, even though they're separated, right? But both my dad and my mom, bro, like they made me question things from a very early age. Like they made me question everything.
that's good.
Um,
They gave you a way to defend yourself. That's what you really have to understand. If your parents teach you how to figure out what the truth is, they're really what they're giving you is a mental defense.
mm-hmm.
You know, Sheepdog talked about jujitsu, but you need jujitsu for your mind, man, because people will try to frickin', basically psychologically jump you, which is what peer pressure is, right? It's the equivalent of just being jumped by a bunch of people and circle kicked. So at least you can protect yourself now that at least your parents said, hey, man, just don't believe everything you're told like a sucker.
Hey, yo, Indio.
Yo, Vlad.
Yo, is jujitsu the art of like saving money? I'm just wondering.
No, it's the art of wearing little hats.
Oh, okay. I thought it was close enough. No.
Dude, how come like jujitsu should be like doing breakdancing head spin, but you got a little hat, dude? Like dude, I'm not gonna say it. I can't say it. Maybe when the boss not here, I'll say what I think about breakdancing juice.
the probably a question, probably something you guys talked about like a million times. But what is like the general explanation for the 24-hour sun? Like, is there like a standard or like a general idea? Or because for me, for example, I accept that knowledge is limited. Like But is there like is there a general idea, general like perspective about the 24 hours? Because dude, I lived in South. I lived in the considered like the last city in South America. It's in Tierra del Fuego. It's in Ushuaia, dude. I lived 4 years there, and I didn't experience like a 24-hour sun, right? But like for example, in summer you have only a few hours of nighttime. So when I watch the video, supposedly that it's real, but I can understand why that is real, because like I lived, like I said, I lived in Ushuaia and I experienced, in summer days are like, um you only experience like a few hours of nighttime. So I imagine that
I mean,
going
that happens
south,
in the Arctic too.
yeah,
Let me
Go ahead,
ask you.
Sheepdog.
Let me ask this.
yeah.
Okay. In order for the Earth to be a ball, water has to curve around the surface, right?
Hmm.
So if water has to curve around the surface, but you can't measure any curvature anywhere, the surface of water is flat everywhere, then it can't be a ball, right? That means the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean,
So if the surface of the Earth is flat, then
mhm.
whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
Okay, but like, what are your thoughts? Like, for example, just like, do you? I mean, you don't have to believe.
There was a 24-hour
I'll
sun
tell you.
on a flat Earth.
Yeah, this is so. I hate going into this shit because it's long.
Even if you explain it to me, I would have a
I am going to
difficult time
explain
understanding it.
So,
But don't get too technical.
okay, you have to. So I know you have to start at like, how is the 24-hour sun even a globe prediction in the first place? Let me tell you, it's not.
For sure.
It's not
A globe prediction. It's not a globe
not
prediction.
a globe prediction. No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay, so the way they predict solar time, the sun, sunrise, sunset, how high when the sun's above the horizon, all these things, they don't actually use any globe in the mathematics themselves. They only use the celestial sphere. They use the celestial sphere, celestial equator, and the ecliptic, which is the path of the sun through the sky. And that's all that's used. It has nothing to do with you or what you're on at all. So the methodology, the point is, if you look at the mathematics, the formulas, there's no globe in any of those formulas at all. You don't even need a ground at all, because you know why? Because it's an observer-centric model, meaning you're at the center of the coordinates. Your eyeballs, not the fucking globe, your eyes. And that's where all the mathematics is done, from using you at the center coordinates. Now, that means there is no globe model to predict the sun. Doesn't exist. There's no flat Earth model either. There's also no pineapple Earth model, but there also is. So there is a globe Earth model, and there's a flat Earth model, and there's a pineapple Earth model, because the model works no matter what surface you're on. Because you only look at the sky. You do not look at the Earth to determine when the sun thing happens. Right? No, I want to know what sunset is. I want to know what time. How do I figure it out? I go, hey, how many degrees is the celestial equator above the horizon? Oh, there it is. Okay. What longitude am I at? How would I know the longitude? Well, I would need a clock, because I need to know when the sun rises and when it's noon in Greenwich, and then I can use my fucking clock to figure out when I'm going to see the sun. You don't need any references to the Earth itself to figure out how long the sun is going to be visible, right? You don't need the Earth at all to figure out any of that shit. So there is no globe Earth model. There is no flat Earth model.
Yeah, the globers just have an explanation, and we've already debunked the basis for that explanation, so that cannot be valid.
Yeah, to even make a globe Earth model of that, think of how complex that would be. You'd need to plot the fucking orbit, compute the eccentricity, the fucking, what is the other one? The obliquity, how you're fucking facing the sun, and then project it onto a plane, and then to see what it would freaking look like. And you have to do this, and you figure out where the Earth is in the orbit at that time, how far away it is from. You'd have to do all these computations. Okay, we don't do any of these. Okay. Because you would have to take the computations and then flip them into orthographic, basically like a 3D environment, like a video game, to figure out what it would look like. And I guarantee you, it would be off. So we don't use that. We just use the celestial sphere model, which is what we use for the sky, the sun, all that stuff. So it's a myth that all that's based upon a globe. It's really not. The explanation is based on a globe, but the actual model itself, the mathematics, is not based on a globe. You understand all that, Lionel?
I can follow it. Yeah, no.
Yeah. So I'll show you. I'll show you something. You have actually. Hold on.
But like, I appreciate it. But like,
I can show you what a graphic. You'll understand as soon as you see this. Okay, so it's going to be in the live stream voice text. I'm gonna.
It's also, anybody can provide an explanation. Like, we could make up 1,000 explanations. It wouldn't be something you could verify.
Yeah. If you look in the live stream voice text, you see that image? The diagram?
I see.
I pinged you in it, so you should see like a ping thing.
I don't even know where on the text.
It's the channel. It's the voice text channel right above this voice channel. It says live stream voice text. I pinged you in it.
Apologize.
I'll do it again.
Voice?
That help?
No.
Did you collapse the channel or something?
He's probably looking at the bubble where the instructions are or whatever.
I'm on my phone, and it's like I always struggle.
You have to collapse. You have to collapse the chat you're in, and then you have to go to live stream voice text.
Here, I'll make
text channel above the voice channel.
Or just go to your notifications and then click on the last person that tagged you.
Here, I DM'd it to you. So just check your DMs, dude.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you. I can see it now.
Yeah, so this diagram shows how it's actually done, right? So you would look in the sky, and then you would see like a celestial equator. You would just get where the celestial equator is, and you'd measure down from that where the sun would be in the sky at what time. That's how it's done. You don't even need the ground is irrelevant. It doesn't. You don't need anything. You don't need the ground. And the thing is, this is the crux of the problem is this: what are latitude and longitude in the first place? Are they points on the ground, or are they points in the sky? They're points in the sky. So when you say something like, I'm at 45 latitude, negative 180 degree longitude, all you're saying is 12 hours after the sun, it's noon in Greenwich, it's going to be noon here. And when I look in the sky, I see the celestial equator at 45 degrees. That's how you're getting your ground coordinate. But there's no way you could find that coordinate if you couldn't see the sky. So if you can't see the sun and you can't see the stars, you have no idea where you are. Right? So when they said, hey, we're on Union Glacier, this is Union Glacier's latitude and longitude. Yeah, how did you know that was the latitude and longitude? Well, we looked at the sky. And when we saw the sun was so high above the horizon, we called that place frickin', 77 frickin' south. You understand? It's a self-referential thing. Like saying you're at 77 longitude and then saying, hey, why does Polaris match your latitude? It's because that's how latitudes are defined. They're defined by the elevation of Polaris. Saying, yeah, why do I see Polaris at 45 degrees when I'm at 45 degrees north? Because you defined 45 degrees north as when you see Polaris at 45 degrees. Do you understand? Like the ground coordinate is defined by the sky. We're not finding the ground and then confirming it with the sky. We're seeing the sky and then saying this is a spot on the ground. But the thing is, the problem with this is great for like we want to travel around. We got a nice star map where we can just sail under the shit, right? And then we can know where we are. But that doesn't mean that the relationships between these places on the ground is the same orientation and relationships as the stars in the sky. That is a leap of logic. That's why what Sheepdog said to you, we could see the sun do whatever. If the earth measures flat, it has to be doing it over a flat earth. Because everything about the sky and its relationship to the earth is hypothetical.
Hypothetical.
Yeah, it's completely hypothetical.
Can I add that the sun, if it was really 93 million miles away, there's just no way that it would be so hot and like bright and stuff. The whole concept behind the sun is rather pseudo-scientific in terms of it being so far away, sending this heat all the way through space, and it gets the earth, nice and warm. And, the sun, supposedly, according to them, is just going to heat up forever based on nuclear physics and stuff of matter crushing together. A lot of these things don't really make that much sense. I mean, if you, were to burn anything else, it goes away in, 15 minutes or an hour or something. The sun has been burning for 70 billion years or something like that. So a lot of things about the sun just aren't really totally the same as what they might be telling you and stuff. So, this path of the sun thing, I mean, it could be caused.
Well, that's funny that we mentioned path of the sun, right? But in their conception, we're spinning and orbiting. But that's not what we see, right? We just see the sun move.
Right.
See the sun shake.
Who's the one asking the question here?
It was Lionel. He's just asking about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's what he's asking. How we explain it. I'm not like
it's very limited because like typically we match and like the sun go in circles around the flat Earth, right?
Yeah,
and
I mean we don't know if they're circles or not.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, saying they do circles around the flat Earth is just you're basically falling into the same trap they're falling into. Saying that the sky's relationship to the ground is some circular weight. No one's ever measured a circular path of the sun above the Earth. No one's ever measured whether the center, the North Celestial Pole, right, Polaris, that's the center of anything. How do you know the stars ain't asymmetric? So how do you know a lot of because there's a problem if we take a compass as north and south don't line up with the celestial sphere at all. Did you know that? Magnetic declination. Have you heard of this thing?
Magnetic declination.
Yeah, you should know. You were in Peru, right? So I think there's 11 degrees of magnetic declination in Ushuaia. That means if I take a compass and I look at it and it says north, and I point north with the compass, I am 11 degrees off of true north. I am actually not pointing toward true north. That the compass doesn't match. And when I say true north, I mean north as would be designated by the celestial sphere, North Pole, South Pole, the center of rotation of the stars don't line up with the compass, is what I'm saying. That north-south directions don't line up with the compass. Okay, now which is right? Maybe the compass is right and the stars, like the way we're thinking about the stars is wrong. And maybe the stars are right and the compass is wrong. Right? You can, you're just picking an arbitrary coordinate system. But the thing is, you're not actually measuring the ground itself. This is where we keep coming back to the thing. The spatial references we're using are not of the ground, or they're of something else. They're of the magnetic field. They're of the stars and the sun. But what about the ground that we're talking about? Where are those spatial references? Where we use just the ground to figure out what the ground is? See, we're always appealing to something else. That's not the ground. That's what we're always going to. Oh, look at the stars. Look at the planets. Look at the moon. Look at black holes. Oh, look at the magnetic field. Look at the wind. Look at fucking the water going up and down. Look at all these phenomenon. We're never going, hey, let's just go out into the world and fucking measure the Earth. But they have done this, and the results are pretty whacked out, right? So
the only one I maps. Maps are fucked up. There's so much confusion with a map. Why can't the maps be simple, right? I mean, they should have been measured and everything. Why? Yeah.
Because it's not that simple to measure. These things are actually hard.
Why can't we have a map? Why can't we just have one? Why is it so difficult? For example, when I ask, the Globers, what's your map? What's the real map? We should have a fucking photographical map, a real map. Huh?
They don't believe in any map.
It's too hard.
So what they say, they wouldn't use a map. This is the funny thing is well, all the maps are wrong, but the globe, if you had a physical globe, that would be right. A globe on your table on your desk, that would be right. That's what they would say.
That would be right. I mean, they would say
never.
That, right?
Hold on. Here's the funny thing is that they would never actually use that because they wouldn't be able to actually get anywhere with that. Right? Imagine you're going on a road trip or you're sailing across the ocean and you're like, oh man, we're gonna get lost. And you're like, no, we're not gonna get lost, baby. I got this globe I bought from Walmart. And fucking bring it onto the boat. Fucking, you got a globe. Where do you think you're going to go? You're going to go right to the bottom of the fucking ocean, right up about 20 miles from the shore.
It wouldn't work. It would work, no, for them. Like, I mean, if you know how to use it, I guess, no.
How could you use a globe to sail across the ocean?
I mean, they claim it's the real, like they have a real map, and it has to be.
Yeah, but how could you use it? That is what I'm asking. How could you actually use it to sail the ocean?
I don't know. I guess you could, if it was like the real deal.
How?
No.
How?
I mean, it should work perfectly well. I mean, if it's a representation of reality, you should have no problem using it.
Well,
If
I mean,
it's
the
the
thing
real
about the
thing.
ocean is that there's no landmarks, right? Right. So you got the oceans on your physical
watermarks.
What'd you say?
I was going to say there's no watermarks.
There's no watermarks. What are you gonna do? Say take a left at a freaking 50-foot wave?
I don't know. You have the compass.
Yeah, take a left
Well,
at the next water hill.
Bro, don't remember just saying that the compass doesn't match the map, the globe?
Yeah, it does, no?
No, it does not.
I mean, it does. I mean, no, like
No,
It doesn't actually.
That's what we're trying to tell you. It doesn't. The compass doesn't match. So the globe is created by that celestial sphere coordinate system I was talking about.
I mean, you
But
can
the
go around the equator, no?
hold on, dude. Hold on. But the compass doesn't match that celestial sphere coordinate system. As far as east, west, north, south, they don't match.
Yeah.
They're not even close to matching. They're freaking way off each other. Let me see if
Doesn't the compass up north point to like some place in Norway or something like that?
Oh, dude, the magnetic North Pole is supposed to be like in the North Atlantic or in the Arctic Ocean or something. In the South magnetic pole is supposed to be in the Southern Ocean. They're not even on land.
Well, one thing we can agree on is that maps like don't match each other at all. Like the globe versus the flat, projection map of the continents and stuff. Everyone's always saying
the flat projection maps are off a globe. They actually do match the globe maps,
but not in a different way, which is just like public opinion. Like most.
Do you guys not comprehend this, dude? They're not projecting the land; they're projecting the stars. The entire coordinate system is the stars. So when they go from one map to another, they're doing a transformation of the star coordinates onto, and then they're changing the quote unquote land that's underneath it accordingly. But it's not a projection of the dirt; it's a projection of the stars in that coordinate system, latitude and longitude.
Like it's
hard for people to accept this that maps are not of the Earth; they're of the stars, dude. It's like really hard for people to just function with that.
Like from your perspective, from your vision, you see a bubble around you. Like I start with the circle of vision. That's your horizon. And then, so 360 degrees, that's the limitation of your vision. Then when you look upward over your head, now you're creating a hemisphere. And then if the Earth wasn't underneath you, you would literally see a sphere in a sphere around you. But going back to the hemisphere, it's not even it's your hemisphere. It's not the Earth hemisphere. It gets so much weirder than that. But the whole, like Indio said, they take the celestial sphere and they press. I don't know how to say it. Basically, they're pressing the Earth up against the inside of the celestial sphere, and all it is a celestial
exactly.
sphere. You have to read the book Longitude in order to understand it.
That's fair enough, but you can't assume that if you remove the ground that you'd see stars 360 degrees around your position, as if you were in the center of the sphere.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Okay, because it sure sounded like you were, so just clear that up.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it would be a 360 degree bubble all the way around you. But that's all hypothetical anyway.
So they do it based on the stars?
Yeah, and they used to be more explicit about it in old books. And Yoder told me this, is that, like, they would say that you're under the equator, or that you're under the Tropic of Capricorn, or that you're under the Tropic of Cancer. They wouldn't say that you're on it.
Yeah.
Like during like the 1800s, you would never be on these things. You'd be under them.
Based on the stars, because for the longest time that was the way people navigated, by the stars.
Yeah.
It's the way we still do it. The entire coordinate system is based upon it. Just because you're not looking up, we're using a coordinate system developed from stars, and that, like, if you couldn't see the stars, you wouldn't have a coordinate system. At least you wouldn't have that one.
And that's why they made paper versions where you could actually have a coordinate system in your cabin. You didn't need to go out and look at the stars.
So I'll give you another example. GPS uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. It doesn't use latitude and longitude. It does a conversion into that. You can use any coordinate system you want to use. It's freaking dealer's choice, but they just fixed on that one. Because it's it's easy to navigate using this system, easier. But even it's so easy that before the globe was even invented, Polynesians and people that lived in Micronesia were navigating using the stars hundreds of kilometers without any globe math, right? It's because the stars move so consistently that you can predict where they're going to be. Like, if you know how fast you're going, and you know how fast the stars are changing relative to your speed, you can just go, hey man, at the rate we're going, we'll be there in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, this star is going to be over that island. So all we got to do is time our travel. So every night when we watch the star, we go, shit, we got to go a little bit faster. We got to go a little bit slower. Okay, and eventually, and as long as you get there when that star is overhead, or some other stars around there, they wouldn't use a single set of stars. They would use a bunch of sets. And they knew what the sky had to look like in a particular location at a particular time. Okay, hey, 2 weeks from now, if we're under if the sky looks like this, we're in the right place. If the sky don't look like this, we're fucking lost.
God forbid their clock break.
I mean, the sky was their clock, so they didn't really need, the Polynesians at least.
My bad, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, I said the Micronesia, like the, people from Samoa, Hawaii, they traveled all over the frickin' oceans. You gotta remember, they even say, like, is it New Zealand and Australia, right? Those people came from Madagascar. How'd they get from the Indian Ocean on frickin' canoes? And then those people supposedly came from South America. Was Lionel still here?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening.
So what do you think? What do you think of the Bolivian salt flats?
The what? Oh, the what? Are you talking about
the mirror, the giant mirror at
I have
Bolivian.
no idea. I've never been there, dude. I've never been there.
We want to hire you. How far is it away from where you are?
No, dude. You know what? I am not even there. Like, I am in. I'm in Europe, right? Like, I've been in Europe for
you poor thing. Just kidding. Just kidding, man.
No, I mean, like, dude. Yeah. I'm in fact, I'm traveling right now, dude. I'm at the airport, man. Like, you have no idea where I am. Yeah, dude. I'm in Greece. I'm in Athens right now, and I am flying to Istanbul, like in Turkey, for the first time.
Oh, you're going to Istanbul. Yeah, someone I know was there about 9 months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I saw recently, man? Like, I spend most of the time like just like coffee places, like, because I work online. I'm not too much into going to like monuments and stuff, but I did go and to see what is it called? Like a mega, dude. There's a megalith, man. Believe it or not, dude. Like one of like the megalith, like the big structures hidden, dude. Like nobody goes and visit this thing, dude. Like you go there, you go and. I was watching YouTube the other day, and I came across a video by accident. I was like watching something related with Athens. And I'm like, dude, and this megalith that they were showing in this video, it was like 20 minutes from where I was staying. So next day I went to look at it. So, anyways,
How big was it?
I don't know. Like each block, it's like I don't know, like between 5 and 10 tons, whatever that means.
Nice.
They're huge. Yeah.
It's in kilos. That would be like
I don't know.
10 tons is 20,000 pounds. So that's a kilo is 2.2 pounds.
Yeah, well, it's really not the only example. You've got pyramids and temples and cathedrals and palaces. All of this stuff just looks like stuff that, would take hundreds of years to build if you're having people carry around the stones with their hands and stuff.
So I brought up the Bolivian salt flats because I recently, with the help of AI, thought of a test that can be done at the Bolivian salt flats. Because if they're just curved, right, and it's a mirrored surface, then if you're 200 feet above the surface and you watch the sunset, you should still be able to see the sun, but the reflection of the sun should disappear. You shouldn't be able to see it because the curved surface, it's not a flat surface. Basically, the reason is because you have a line of sight to the sun, but the point on the earth that has to reflect the sun to your eye, the sun doesn't have a line of sight to there. That's behind the curve from the position of the sun. So you could just go do this test as long as you have like a 30-something mile stretch where you, in a nice crisp water horizon. You can do this test where you see the sunset, but you don't see the reflection of the sun, even though the surface is completely mirrored. So this,
I don't trust the sun, man. I don't trust the sun.
Oh, now you don't trust the sun? What about 24-hour sun, man? What happened to that?
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I don't know what
now
to
the
think
sun
about
goes
the sun.
overboard. That's what always happens.
I don't know what to think about the sun.
They also surveyed the salt flats and surveyed them flat. And so what you could do is when the salt flats flood, there's water now on the flat level ground, which you can measure too. And so if the earth was a ball and the water was conforming to a sphere, then you should be able to measure that hill of water over the entirety of the salt flats.
Does water freezes like in a curved way?
No, we've done that too. We've done that test too. Yeah, we've done. There's lots of frozen lake flat earth tests, lasers, lights, flashlights, all sorts of shit. So we don't have to use the sun. We can use a light, right? So this is what you have to understand. If it was a flat surface, a flat mirror, when the thing goes down towards the horizon, they should both be the same size. But if it's a globe and a curved surface, as the light gets closer to the horizon, the reflection of that thing should get smaller and eventually disappear while you can still see the light. Understand? So you have what it would look like is the reflection of the sun going up, the actual sun coming down, and as the sun approaches the horizon, the reflection of the sun that's in the water disappears before it reaches the horizon, and you'll still be able to see the sun directly. This would definitively prove the Earth is a ball, or at least the salt flats are curved. It would prove that. But these pictures already exist. There's already pictures from the Bolivian salt flats with the sun right on the horizon, in the sun, and the reflection of the sun are the same size, which they shouldn't be if it was a curved mirror.
Oh wow.
Exactly. I feel like it's, very strong evidence for our side that all sorts of observations involving distance and distance over water and stuff all seem to confirm the flat Earth hypothesis that, we live on a level plane and stuff. Looking at islands, lighthouses, piers, every time people do these experiments over bodies of water, they always notice that there's missing curvature that should be, blocking things. Islands are, very low to the water, and so from 70, 100 miles, there's no way people should be able to see islands out on the ocean because the curvature should take over for all that height that the island comes above the water and just block it out of view.
Then people go out with high power lenses and they can see the shoreline and everything.
Right, which should be impossible because there should be the water making a wall in between them and the island so they can't view it directly with line of sight.
Yeah, so it would be a water hill. It's almost equivalent to saying, I was looking at this hill, but due to some miraculous refraction, the hill looks completely flat and I can see everything on the other side.
Yeah. Before we move on, do people still have questions about various things in the model?
Well,
What model?
Well, I just wanted to make a comment. Whenever, so they are so focused, and what's happening in the sky, that when you start, for example, talking about what's happening on Earth, and you start making this type of measurements and this type of questioning, you just look so stupid to them. It's like, dude, why are you doing all these measures here on Earth? When we have all this, math invested, all this, everything, all the knowledge is in the sky.
Yeah,
But nothing when you start measuring, making all these observations stuff, you're like, dude, you're an idiot. It's like.
But if you want to study the shape of the Earth, you obviously should look at the Earth and measurements from the Earth and stuff. One of the reasons it's all up in the sky is that's how they can, keep their badge of authority or whatever and say, well, when, our NASA scientists and astronomers look at the sky, they're finding, these sort of data which support the flat Earth or support the round or the globe Earth or whatever. But, that's just a way of keeping the observations out of the hands of the public, which is opposite of what science is supposed to do. Science is supposed to show people evidence and experiments with the scientific method that anyone can reproduce and anyone can recreate. But all they really do by moving all the observations up into the sky and stuff is make it so that your average person can't really question their science or, argue with it from the standpoint of having the same data set. But if we talk about stuff we can all see from the surface of the Earth, then it's a different lab experiment, and everyone can really replicate and see those results.
Sometimes I see the sky like a completely different type of nature. Yeah. You can speculate a lot, no? Yep. Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, you can speculate a lot. It's like it's almost like the way the sky behaves is like a completely different type of nature. It's like you could say that it's a completely different type of nature. The way that the sky behaves.
The ancients used.
Yeah.
The ancients used to look at it that way. They used to call it the heavens and the earth, and two different laws governed those different things.
Mm-hmm. When have you seen a light, for example, just lit? All the time. You don't see that here on Earth. You don't see anything like the sun here on Earth. It's like a completely different nature. We don't even know. we don't really know how things work here. You know, imagine like up there.
Up in the sky.
Yeah, we barely can sort of figure out like how things work here. Like everything's all a mystery, dude. Like,
Yeah. Well, my take on it is that a lot of sky observations are, sort of accurate, and they come to us from history and the history of things like geography and mapping and stuff. But the whole science has been like co-opted now to teach this solar system model and this spherical Earth system and stuff. And now they're very defensive of their model and stuff, and don't want to allow it to come under question.
Yeah, we all have the same observations, and you can see that all the way back into history. We all have the same observations throughout history because we all live in the same world. It's just the interpretations and the zealotry concerning their interpretations being right and everything else being false because they have such a strong belief in their interpretation.
it's really weird, man. You know, to think that the Earth, to think like, for example, like you travel, no, like, man, I. It's almost like it's a crazy thought to think that we live on the same plane. I mean, like that all the cities in the world are in the same plane. It's such a crazy thought, which is it shouldn't. But it's like, God, we're sharing the same level. All the cities in the world, like I'm in a city, I'm in Europe right now. I'm in Greece, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm in Athens.
I find it a little bit more ridiculous to believe that every 12 hours USA has, wound around the side of the globe and ends up where China is, and China where USA is, and then 12 hours go around and the USA winds around the side again and ends up back where it was. And there's all this movement across the earth, but buildings just stand up, nothing ever collapses or crumbles with all this movement.
All these upside down people
taking a 12-hour plane flight every day to the other side of the globe. But if it was really moving that much, don't you think mountains would, sort of sift down and buildings would fall over because of slight changes in the ground and stuff?
Oh, I think the biggest issue would be it would be completely unlivable. Besides the fact that, like, the Earth wouldn't be able to hold the gas in a vacuum. If the Earth were this object the size of the Earth were traveling at 66,000 miles per hour into a gas, that would create massive compression of that gas, and then the gas on the other side of the ball is then not being like the ball is moving 66,000 miles away from that gas, and so there's differential there that they have never accounted for in their models. They just ignore it.
Psychologically, thinking that you live in thinking that we live in a ball, right? Like psychologically, like it separates us. You live in a different country, different continent. It separates you. Like if you're in America and I am in Europe, like we're separated. But when you think about it as a plane, it's like, it's oh, dude, it's so grounding. It's like, it's almost like you get a type of relief. We're all in the same plane. It's like such a it's like I don't know. You feel connected somehow, or like, no, we are in the same plane. It's a connecting feeling. But if you think that you live on it's very easy to feel each country disconnected from you. It's like, no. Do you know what I mean? Like psychologically?
I think globe belief in general breeds like this disconnect.
You don't feel connected. Maybe you do. I mean, we live on the same globe. You might.
We don't live on the same globe. I don't live on a globe, so the problem with when people think they live on the globe, they think they are this disconnected descendant of a monkey, or like a speck of dust in the universe of no importance, and they're stuck in this like disconnected view of the world. So of course when you have some of that belief system, you're going to feel more disconnected rather than when you're like, oh wait, the earth is flat. That actually conforms to all of the ancient religions, so I can have my choice of an ancient religion and have a more deeper meaning to my life, because the whole world is deeply connected to spirituality and the creator of this world, whatever you believe that is.
Yeah, again, we don't really know. But I'd say, most of the world felt most connected on the whole topic of what do you call it, the planet, the spherical planet, when, the USA and NASA faked the moon missions back in 1969 and stuff, and that was when the whole world was like, okay, now we're updating our worldview, this is a different type of thing.
Actually, many countries didn't believe it.
No one ever really talked about stuff like that before and stuff, so it came in to reinforce the idea that we all live on the same spherical planet, but they faked those missions, of course.
Yeah, not everybody did accept it right away, and many people thought either Russia faked their missions, and Russia thought America faked their missions, and it's a shit show. And then it was just grandfathered in because it was stuffed into everybody's education. And so naturally, when you're raised with this being, if you don't accept this, you get failed. So of course you're gonna just accept it and think it's true. The grown-ups figured it out.
Yeah, dude. I have to make an effort, dude. I have deep inside myself, I think I must have the globe, fucking, because I have to make an effort. Like for me, it's a trip to think that we live on the same plane. It's a trip. I think it logically and it makes sense, but I have to, for example, I have to make an effort. Like my mind has a tendency to go back to I think it must be something like it's like a belief that I have deep inside myself. I have to use my logic. I believe in logic.
Globe or the
So for me, the flat Earth, dude. When I listen to the debates, I lean on the flat Earth, but I have to make a logical effort because for me it's crazy to think that we live on a plane, which that's what I like to believe. I like to believe that's what reality is. I think that's what reality is. Like we live on the same plane. It's a trip. Why is it a trip? Because deep inside, I still believe that I must think that we live on a globe, and you know what I mean. So I feel very fortunate.
I can understand it to a little. I can understand it to a little degree because when I first came to this back in 2015, in the beginning, it was a trip. Like you were raised you're raised in this belief of the globe. Everybody everything you consumed, all the entertainment. I loved space. I loved sci-fi stuff. Like I used to watch all of the videos NASA would put out because I was looking for aliens. Like it wasn't until afterwards that I talked to my astrophysicist friend, I talked to my robotic engineering friend, and I wanted them to supply me with all of the concrete evidence for the globe being true, how we could prove it to the flat earthers, and I needed solid evidence so I could debunk them. That just didn't work out. They didn't have any solid evidence, and because I studied logic, I could just be like, wait, this is a logical fallacy. Why are we accepting that as a proof? And they just broke down because they were taught this as holy truth, and that's where they get their validation for being intelligent from parroting it.
Yeah, you have a much solid ground than me then, man. So I'm I started watching flat Earth videos from more or less 2015, and for me it's still a trip.
Yeah, I went right away into trying to prove the globe to myself, like through experiments and tests, and then I looked at what everybody else was doing, and I repeated some of the things that they were doing, and then I tried to understand how does the world work then, if this isn't a geometric horizon, if like, and I went into this same thing most people do when they get to this. They go into this like, how does the world work? I want to create a new model. I want to create some kind of replacement belief system to believe in, and it just took me a little bit to get over that like desire to have a belief about something. I'm comfortable with the unknown, because if I know I don't know something, I know I can actually learn something here. Versus if you believe you know what it is, you're going to look past all of the things that could reveal to you what it actually is.
Yeah, somebody else's belief, right? Like believing what somebody else.
Yeah, you're going to taint your vision with your preconceived ideas. Like, humanity is like this. We have a tendency to try to fit things into our beliefs, into how we see things. It's confirmation bias.
I much rather know very, very, very little and have my own conclusion than to pretend to understand reality as a. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the more you separate out what you believe and what you actually know, and the more of a foundation you build in actual knowledge, the more accurate your predictions and how you see the world is, because it's more reflective of how the world actually is, instead of how you believe the world to be, because of like, oh, somebody hurt me, so I'm going to believe all black people are bad. That's just not true, but it's a fallacious, faulty generalization. But then you're right that the guy might have hurt you, but that is an incident between you and him. That person was bad. And so, like, there's a distinction in how reality actually is and how people perceive it because of feelings.
Mm-hmm.
It's yeah.
And part of my take on this is like, because we know from our evidence and stuff that this model has to be correct and stuff, it just means that so many of our institutions are putting their resources into the wrong things. Studying space, exploring space, but even schools and stuff, teaching about space, teaching the, tenets of the solar system model and the globe model and stuff. Should we really be doing that if it turns out that it's completely wrong? That would mean most of our institutions designed to like empower us are in fact like lying to us or making us weaker. Or whether intentional or not intentional, they are, drawing people further away from understanding reality instead of closer.
Well, think about it this way: if you were a very powerful person who had a lot of wealth and control in the world, would it benefit you more to have people ignorant and believing things that are inconsequential to them in the long run, and that distract them from what's actually happening to them, that would profit you?
Well, depends what kind of person you are.
Exactly. So when you consider the fact that people who are seeking positions of power, influence, where they can have control over you, are generally people of a persuasion that is not positive. It's the
Yeah, I know where you're.
It's a narcissist. It's the sadists. It's the psychopaths. It's the sociopaths. They gravitate towards these positions because it gives them what they want. And it's hard to believe these kinds of people just automatically, but that's what most of the world does, because they're in positions of power.
I mean, like, yeah. So, is it meant to be like that? Is it supposed to be like that? Is this like a jungle? Is it supposed to be challenging? Like, maybe this is how nature is supposed to be. Like,
I think it's just evil. I think if you look at history and just the history of rational language, use, for instance, just in America, for instance, you can see rational language was so common that it was about a 90% range. And then all of a sudden, it just started dropping until it and it coincides with them removing the trivium and quadrivium and the focus on logic, giving you a foundation, something to argue so that you can understand what you're dealing with, and kind of shoved that to the side, and then rewrote a lot of the textbooks, and a lot of the arguments that you get in the textbooks are filled with fallacious argumentation, and so you learn to use fallacious argumentation to try to justify things or argue things, and that just breaks the people. And it creates perfect factory workers who don't know anything and can't actually like complain about the issues because they don't know enough. But it ruins society as a whole, and it limits how much our scientists can actually discover. And so it makes it so that you can control how much progress is being made, and so you can push it out, like, so you can be the guy presenting, hey, here I have something better, and not being it's something uncontrolled that you can't control. Because if you give everybody logic, if you give everybody the scientific method, and everybody starts trying to discover something, they're likely to discover something that you can't control.
Yeah, that's interesting. It makes sense.
And that's one of the reasons why most of our current technology comes from the 1800s and a little bit after that. But the basis for it all comes from around the 1800s, early 1900s.
Are you saying like are you saying like the industrial revolution, like most of the stuff we have now is still like based on what happened during that time, during the industrial revolution? Because I kind of disagree with that.
Well, for the large part, if you think about where the technology or the understanding for underlying technology came from, it came from around that time.
I mean, like, I don't think we had any understanding of like computers in like the 1800s. Like that's a completely new thing, right?
No, it was discovered when around that time.
I mean, like, look at the structure, the education structure. You know, like, it's just like, I mean, like, look at schools, man. Look at how they teach. You know, it's like, it's not even like, it's not even old fashioned. It's just like straight up, like, I don't know. It's not even like probably worse than 200 years ago, man.
Yeah, I get that.
The first digital computer was created in the 1900s or 1945. Before that, we had analog computers in the 1800s.
I mean, we have more comfort nowadays. We have more comfort.
But most of like what we do now is based on the personal computer. Like there's a lot of different computers, but like
you're not understanding. All the principles the computer operates on were discovered in the 1800s, roughly.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Wait, 1800s or like early 1900s?
Yeah, if you look at like around 18 to early 1900s, so maybe a little bit over that, that's when most of our current modern technology was discovered, and then it took time to perfect some of those things, make them more efficient. Other things took time to produce and get to market. And so, like, you keep seeing it right now that, like, even the what's it called, the the printers we're using now to print, what's it called? The stupid plastics. You print plastics with it. In English, what's it called?
The 3D printer.
3D printer. Yeah, the 3D printer was actually discovered like 40 or 60 years before it's generally came to market here, because the patents had to run out before we started to be able to use it.
But I understand the logic you used earlier about language. Huh? Like, yeah. The way we used to, you were saying that the way that we used to communicate was based on logic, and now it's like disconnected from that. It's just
it's more emotional appeals. Not everybody understands the fallacies, and they make more mistakes as a consequence. And it's just the water is so muddied that it's hard to find anything that's super logically coherent. You find this in. Oh, sorry.
Also, like you were talking about, like how most of the technology we use today was like based on the 1800s, right, during the Industrial Revolution. If you think about the institutions that are, you know, in charge today, probably of like perpetuating, you know, the globe earth myth and all that. A lot of those powerful institutions were also founded around the same time during the Industrial Revolution. Like, America got most of its power during the Industrial Revolution. Europe became a global power during the Industrial Revolution, and the UN was after World War II, but I would say this foundation for all these institutions was laid during that time. Before that, I think everyone was just, going about their own lives. Europeans were going about their own lives. Asians were going about their own lives. Africans were going about their own lives and stuff.
Yeah, the thing is that the Rockefellers created the General Education Board and generalized education, and back in the 1900s, the start of the 1900s, people were still learning in school that the Earth could be flat or it could be a ball. Both were taught in school. And so it wasn't until the Rockefellers really pushed that out of the schools and people grew up never learning about it. And so naturally, to them, it felt like we've always known this, because it said in the textbook that we've known that the Earth is a globe for 2,000 years, because there was a cult in ancient Greece who believed the Earth was a ball with no evidence.
Was Rockefeller's education system also like globally perpetuated, like, or spread through colonization? Because I know Rockefeller is American, right? So like, how did his stuff get to like the British and Europeans and all that?
Yeah, well, I'm not 100% on hot distribution to every country, but I do know that they have worked with international things to get that into other countries. That's one of the reasons why all education systems are pretty much very similar.
Yeah, so like most of Rockefeller's wealth was from oil, right? So like today, most of that oil power has been transferred to like the inhabitants of the Middle East, like the actual inhabitants. So like, do you think they hold any power to over like, the world and like?
It's a banking family of great wealth. They have a lot of money. They could do whatever they want with that money.
Yeah, Trump recently invited the Saudis to the White House to talk about this stuff. Like, I saw the interview.
Saudis also have a lot of money. Like, when you have money on that level, you could literally just ruin a country through trade and other side deals. Like, this kind of money makes the world go round, if you will.
Yeah, and they've been able to build like such modern cities in like such a small amount of time. Like, but like these were like fishing villages in the 1990s, I think, 1980s, 1990s. These were like fishing villages, and now they're like global cities. A lot of these Gulf country cities.
Yeah, it didn't take long for the West to really build up, when you think about it.
Yeah. I think in the future these
there's also something that's largely hidden from the history books, and that's that the East India Trading Company also had a West India Trading Company, and that company was basically the first giant mega corporation. It was richer than any country, and the West India Trading Company actually had a large part in the founding of America.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like the British came over to America and set up Boston and all that, right? And that's how. Yeah. But like, do you think like after how the British collapsed and their empire collapsed and America gained power, do you think there was some backhand agreement to like continue these institutions, like because one after World War II, most of Europe was like collapsed, right? And the Europe was where most of these global institutions were founded, like the stuff that still exists today, the banking industry, the global banking industry, probably the institutions that perpetuate globe earth and all that, right? So how do you think there was like some transfer?
You gotta think. No, you gotta think. The whole world is a stage. The whole play between countries, or like, oh, my country is against your country. The guys at the top are not playing that game. They're making you play that game. So you're willing to go to war. So you think that's the bad guy. Meanwhile, they're all willing to have drinks together, eat caviar, and go to Epstein's Island.
Oh yeah, Epstein Island. You really think all of them went to Epstein Island?
No, that's a metaphor. Epstein Island is just one instance of a much larger network.
Actually, how did they even like find out about it? If the rich and powerful are so powerful, then how come?
Like I told you, it's just one node in a massive network, and you can use those nodes as disposable pawns. All you gotta do is make sure that the guys captured in that node are the guys that you don't mind throwing under the bus.
Yeah.
And you know what feeling I get too? Like, for example, I have the opportunity to live, like, for example, in different countries now and observe, like, you know what my impression is? And, dude, all the countries, like, for example, I'll tell you, Spain. Spain is considered to be a first world, like a civilized country. No, I mean, it's like, it's in the ring of first world countries, no?
I don't think you should use the word civilized.
Okay.
But I get what you mean. It's technically a first world country.
First world country, okay. When you live in a place like Spain, you're like, how the hell is like the economy stable in this place? Because nobody's doing anything. It's almost like it feels like artificially, like it's like somebody says like, oh, Spain is gonna be a first world country, and it is.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like a lot.
It's
of
almost
these
like it feels like artificially, like the how the hell does the economy stays like so stable?
Yeah,
well, of course
when nobody's like working, dude. It's insane.
Of course, it's artificial. You got to think about the value of money is dictated by the bankers, and it's fiat currency.
Okay. And then you look at another country. Yeah, and one last one. And then you look at a country like, for example, North Korea. It's meant to be like that. we are meant to have a country like why nobody does anything. No, it's I don't know. Like nobody does anything. It's just like North Korea. It's there. It's been there for like forever. Nobody does anything. Just there. It's for some reason it plays a role in the whole theater. Like we need to have a country like North Korea. I don't know what role it plays, but it's
You always need a boogeyman. Otherwise, if you don't have boogeyman, then you can't allow them to. Then you can't tell the people that you need weapons to defend them. So when they rise up against you, you can shoot them.
Nah, bro. I love America, bro. Fuck North Korea.
A lot of these a lot of
Oh.
these European countries, right? Like you said, how Spain is like stable, even though they don't do much, right? Yeah, I've noticed it too. A lot of these European countries, they don't have much economic productivity. Like they're not as productive as say like for example, South Korea makes way more stuff than Spain. And
wow.
South Korea is a larger economy, but you could probably have a similar quality of life. You could probably have a better quality of life in Spain than in South Korea, right?
Remember,
South
these
Korea
countries
makes
are
more
propped
stuff.
up by each other in the European Union, so there's
Yeah,
that too.
exactly. Most of these institutions, these
Like Germany,
banking
Saudi, everyone.
institutions, most of these banking institutions, globalist institutions, they're all in Europe, and they all help each other help prop up each other. Like I'm in Southeast Asia. Most of the countries around me are actually more economically productive than many European countries, and are still poor. So it's being
Yep.
it's like they're being artificially kept poor because it helps.
It's also you gotta think the West is also artificially inflating its own worth and money, and like we do that all the time with our fiat currency, and with the dollar being the petrol dollar for so long, it kind of kept the money flowing to the West.
Yeah.
And you look at once again like a country like Spain. I mean, like it is artificially like the way it is, but
Man.
one day to the next, it can crash. You know, whenever they want to do something, it'll crash so fast.
And that just becomes like in crypto with rug pulls. It's just a massive rug pull, and then they move their money because they'll pull out of that before they crash it. They'll like invest into the other thing that's going to spike. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, look at Argentina, for example. You know, well, I have this type of conversations with my mom. You know, my mom's like, and we think that Argentina is gonna become like so. They're gonna try to become. They're probably gonna try to make Argentina like so wealthy. Yeah, they do whatever they want. You know, they like.
Like I don't get why, like for example, Ireland is like has a better quality of life than say like some some Asian country, right? With that makes more stuff and provides more for the world economy than Ireland. Like, but Ireland still has a better quality of life. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Bro, what do you mean? There's probably less people.
I don't think it's population related though. Like there's like many countries around the world that have like less populations but are still like productive.
It's like countries are choosing. Yeah, it's just like it seems like countries are just chosen to be. You know, yeah, you guys are gonna be poor. You know, and you guys are gonna be rich.
You got to think there's also rich people in each of those countries, and how those rich people move and how they manipulate their markets reflects on their own country. Like, if you're in an African country where the entire government is super corrupt and selfish, and they neglect all like working on the roads and dealing with the warlord, and everything goes to shit. That is a reflection of the people with the money and power in that country. Sometimes that's just not good, and you can't like say like it's because of that like nationality or whatever. Much of it's related to culture and history. Like the West accumulated so much money that it's going to take time to bleed all that money out of them.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And if you look at like currency manipulation, like if you study like foreign exchange markets and how like the prices move and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like that's where you'll see like a lot of the shit happening. Like they manipulate these markets to such a large extent that like I was watching a video yesterday about like how money originated, and by the end of the video almost every asset was a debt linked asset, everything was a so-called IOU. Like everything was backed by IOUs, and like there was no real money in the economy. So like that's how that's how defaults can happen so easily. And like how like they, like in 2008, just because of one housing bubble, they said the entire world economy could fall apart. Like that's how that, like everything is so fragile, and if they wanted to, they can easily like short a country's currency with enough money and like completely destroy the country's economy, because everything is there's no actual real money. Like nothing's backed by gold or anything. It's all backed by IOUs, all backed by debt.
Yeah, it's all just bubbles waiting to burst. And the thing is, they act like, yeah, well, you can't burst the bubble because then everything goes to shit, and you don't want that.
Yeah.
You gotta bail us out.
And like this whole like money existed everywhere, I would say, like in some form, but the greatest advancement of money was when like the paper notes arrived, and for some reason people trusted the pieces of paper with money with like numbers on them compared to like actual assets. And that's when bankers realized they can like make a bubble out of everything, and that's how they're able to control like which country is poor, which country is rich. And this goes a long way. It also goes to how they're able to propagandize some countries more than others. Or like,
yeah, because do you want financial support as a third world country? Well, you gotta teach them the curriculum. You gotta teach them the Earth is a globe.
Exactly. Like the IMF system, the International Monetary Fund system, is probably so rigged. Like a lot of these African countries, they don't get anything, even if they're like actually trying to participate in the free market system and all that.
Like it taking all the raw materials away, all the riches.
Yeah, but China wants to do it differently now. They want to bypass the IMF system. I don't know if China is controlled by the same elite that control the West, but like China wants to create their own banking system and bypass IMF and help Africa industrialize faster. But I don't know if they're controlled by the same people.
Well, if I were Africa, I would not want China to build my infrastructure.
Why?
Have you seen China's infrastructure?
Dude, have you been to China? Have you been to China? It's insane now. Like they're actually like very advanced.
Brand new buildings are collapsing days after being completed.
Why is that?
because poor construction, and they have no safety.
What the hell are they doing with the money? Do they do that in purpose? Are they just
like you can take
money?
a concrete house, a support wall, and you can take your hand to it, and you can just squeeze hard, and you'll like crunch off a part of the wall. That's how badly constructed it is. There's all of the standards that we use in the West, they don't apply to, and because of the rampant corruption, they tried to fix this by having you gotta have 2 people on with you while you're doing the inspection, and so they started bringing out cardboard cutouts for pictures to show oh, we got 2 people here. It's the land of shortcuts and scams, according to the people who live there.
I mean, if you look at the Middle East, right? You look at Qatar or UAE and the stuff they're able to build, right? They use third world labor, they bring people from India, from Bangladesh, from Pakistan, and all this, and enslave them, so-called not literally enslave them, but they have this system where they'll trap them in debt and all that, but they're still able to build actually good infrastructure compared to China. So all China needs to do is fix its regulations, and if the Middle East can do it with literally no people, very few natives.
The problem is it doesn't matter what the CCP says, they have been so oppressive on their own people that the people themselves have basically if you are in China, if you put your hand on somebody, even if you just try to help him from the ground, you have to pay a fine. And so, but if you spit on someone, that's okay. And so, when the people in China, instead of having a fight, they just start spitting wars, and because of how many years that has had such bad regulations. And because of how bad the economy is for the average Chinese citizen, and how little they have for themselves, and how much of a junk yard the whole country is outside of the tourist spots, which the CCP keeps clean to keep the public image good, they live in horrible squalor. And so it's just a dog-eat-dog world for the average poor Chinese person.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Have you seen Shenzhen and Shanghai and Hong Kong and all these insane cities?
Yeah, I've seen those, and once you travel off the public streets, you end up in a trash heap, dumpster where people live.
Yeah. I get. Yeah. I can see what you mean. Yeah.
The money is not being used by the people. It's the government. It's using the people's money, and it doesn't go to good places. All those all those cities that have been constructed and are abandoned, that you see on YouTube videos and stuff. I suppose they're real cities. I don't know what they do with the money, but it's not what the investors.
I know what that is. That's because there's no way to actually save money or invest in China except for the housing market, because of the way they built it. So what they do is that they build infinite houses. They have whole giant cities that are just empty, and they just keep building up these houses. And people invest in that for their future. However, these companies then go under because of corruption, and people are left with half-finished houses where they own an apartment and have to live in a half-finished husk of a building with no exterior walls, just there's tiny little exterior walls maybe. It's just bare concrete basically. And they just have to camp in there and tent in there because that's all they have. And I saw fancy villas that were constructed 3 years earlier. I watched a bunch of people who used to tour China and look at these things. And people invested a bunch in these villas, but 3 years later, those villas were all falling apart. And so it's really difficult for the Chinese people to hold their investments. because you might buy a house and save your money that way, so the CCP can take it. But then that value is going to fall really quickly, and so you can sell it and kind of move it around.
Then how come the Middle East is able to build stuff so quickly?
Well, because the Middle East is not like the CCP. The Middle East is run by super rich princes and families, and those families and groups can then go together and build amazing things because they're pooling their money for it. Whereas the CCP is a large collection of idiots, basically, who want to keep power, and so they're all thinking about their own ass in that situation. Communism is really bad.
Yeah, the other, like in the Middle East, is another type of communism, but it's like it's structured differently, like more linked to capitalism.
It's more nepotism, and so just like with the West and its nepotism during the kingly age, at least it leads to them building something and leaving something for their children, whereas the other thing is just like kill.
More savage.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, South Korea and like Japan still succeeded, right? And both of them were like devastated from like wars and stuff. But like even under a democracy, which is usually more chaotic, they were able to industrialize quickly.
Yeah, but that just shows you that it's not like Asians can't do it well. It's just that CCP is too of an oppressive regime that has too many restrictions and caveats carved out for the members of the party to remain in power, and so they're allowed to just disappear people. They have crematories inside cars, so like if you're found bad, they can just burn you and kill you on the spot. So there's just ashes.
Well, what about South Asia?
Like, what about South Asia? Like, they all have a potential to get better. Like, South Korea has been doing pretty well. Like,
no,
compared.
No, I'm talking about South Asia, not South Korea.
Like Thailand and Indonesia?
No, that's Southeast Asia. I'm talking about like Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, all of this.
Well, India's got its own problems. Like, all the countries have their own individual tiny problems, and those contribute to how the country succeeds or not.
When these people in power want a country to flourish, like this is just my speculation. Okay, this is what I think. But what they do is like they just let them experience, freedom. They give power to the individuals. They put less regulation on businesses. You can make a country flourish like super quickly because like everybody wants a better life. Everybody, you, I, me, him, everybody. We have intention of like improving our lives, studying, working, trading, exchanging, buying better things. Dude, a country can grow so quickly if you don't put so many blockages.
Yep.
If you just let people, like run by, I support capitalism. Because I think that it protects the rights of the individual. Like for me, it's like the best system. It helps the economy just flourish. When these people want a country to flourish, they do it. They make it flourish, and then they do whatever they want with it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but I think that's what it's happening in Argentina. I think that's what they want Argentina to flourish. I don't know. But when they want a country can flourish so quickly, dude, economically. If you put the right conditions, dude, everybody wants to be better.
Basically, if you just stop standing on their throat and allow them to stand up, everybody can do fine.
100. Some countries will flourish faster because they are less. How can I say it?
They're better positioned to do so.
They have been less tortured, so to speak. Like they're in a better condition, so it's kind of healthy. If it's kind of healthy, you put like the right. It's like a plant, like a garden. It's gonna flourish. Yeah.
Yeah, you give it sunlight, you give it all the nutrition it needs, it's gonna flourish. But if you don't give it sunlight and you keep stepping on the plant, of course it's not gonna.
And they want they need to have certain countries to be, because you need certain countries to produce. I think you cannot just have everybody. So they're careful with that. They let some countries flourish.
Yeah, they let them grow for a little bit, for a term of a president or something like that, and then the next president will fuck it up and make it slide right back into hell, and you're like, what the fuck, everyone's getting better. And so they kind of like to do it like one step forward, and you're like, yes, they're doing the right thing, and then like, 2 steps backwards, and you're like, fuck. So you're constantly just on that swinging rope, being swung back and forth.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous. Look at countries like, for example, like Norway, Sweden. I mean, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, maybe even less, I don't know. But let's say 10, 15 years ago. You looked at this country, you're like, dude, like, look at the government they have. Like, it's like so clean, like almost, corruption free. It's like, wow, dude. Look at it. Look at the country.
It was never corruption free, buddy.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is like the idea most people have in their minds of this country was like, dude.
Do you know what it was? It was the homogeneity of the ethnic population. It's because the population had a shared aversion to similar things and shared culture, so they would be more moving together, and then because of the way the media worked back then, they would all be sharing more of the same media, and so it was far harder to actually get a whole population to go along with their bad ideas, because you'd have to actually fight against all the Christian ethics and stuff, instead of it being like you have a multinational diverse group now, you have to cater to every single group, and when you say, well, you're not being very Christian, they say, well, I gotta cater to everybody. Like, I'm being Christian in this way, and so like it dilutes the ability of the people to self-regulate the country when you dilute the people.
Interesting. What's the name of this? Like social engineering? Social engineering. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is social engineered too. Consumer habits, political views, and stuff. I think a lot of times they're trying to, dilute what a country sees as its values so that they can implant some other values and get everybody to go with their program.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so the only way you can fight with this is like have your own economy, be independent. You're an independent thinker. Try to be economically independent, because you can take care of your own economy.
Like Libya.
Who's Libya?
Libya tried to do that. They didn't last.
What is?
Libya is a country.
Oh, Libya is a country, and I'm talking about us as individuals. Like you can take care of your own economy. You can be you are your own nation. You can be your own state.
Well, you are. Yeah, you're right, and then everybody should definitely take care of their own economy, and they should be aware of how they can get screwed so they don't screw themselves. But I think the solution to the greater problem is just awareness. If everybody were aware of this, it would be so much harder to fool them. And if everybody understood logic, again, so much harder to fool them. It's just when people are easily fooled, the world can go to hell.
Yeah, because it's like when you start talking about this type of topics, it's like, damn, dude, like the world is so dark, man. And it is, right? It is. But let's not fall, in that. Let's yeah. You can still be happy, I guess.
Yes, you should, and you should be. And like for me, it's super easy because I just trust that the creator has a plan, and like as long as I do my best to spread the truth, like that'll have some sort of ripple that eventually this will be solved. Like I might not see it in my lifetime, but it's important to understand that the world isn't as hunky dory or as beautiful as people are. It's painted to children, because that's basically how we paint the world to children. The world is wonderful and civilized and great, and so they're raised with this false idea of how the world is, because the people in the world are not all like rainbows and sunshine.
So what do you teach? What do you teach people? What I mean, if you could say like what would be like the main message, if or like the like what could be like? I mean, it's got to be something related with like with what is it?
I already went over it. It's logic.
Yeah.
That's my fundamental foundation. That's how I know there's a creator.
Isn't there like a type of empowerment? Like it's got to be. How do you like wouldn't you agree that it's about empowerment? Like how I mean, if you're how are you going to help somebody? How are you going to help somebody?
You teach them how logic works, and then they start seeing through things, and then you help them along in their path, and you're not responsible for how far they walk along in their path. You're just responsible for how far you walk along your path, and how well you represent what you have learned on that path.
So your mission would be like, for example, to help them be independent, like help them think independently on their own, like come to their own conclusions.
Apply critical thinking. Apply critical thinking and be critical, using logic to determine if something is based in sound deductive reasoning or unsound inference. It's the difference between two, once you understand the two, is like so stark that like it's really hard to lie to someone using an inference or an assumption when you understand logic, because you're like, wait, how did you get to that? And you're like, oh well, I assumed it. Or they will straight out lie to you, and you'll be like, okay, I'll take what you say on like this is what he said, but I don't believe it just because you said it. I'll take it and I'll look it up and check it out, and if it turns out that you're right, I'll be like, cool, and then I'll tell you like, hey, it was cool information you got me last time, love that. But if it's not, I'll tell you, no, that wasn't right, here's the evidence. And so in the process, everybody learns.
This is one of the reasons that online arguments are so good at pushing the culture forward, because they get people to, lay forth their reasons, and eventually people start to hear just where they hear the truth and the logic and stuff. I mean, not all our online arguments are clean and good discussions and stuff, but in a lot of ways, just that people are talking about stuff, eventually logical positions start to arise in what people talk about, and they start to, gravitate, or not to use that term, but just move towards more understanding and more logic, whereas in the past it was like people didn't have a lot to go off of, just what the news would report was going on in the world and stuff.
Yeah. And that was also a big part of the problem because the news would tell you things in using the bad logic, and so you would copy that bad logic. Whereas back in the 1800s, there was more books. You were reading books by really respected authors who were trying real hard not to be illogical, because otherwise the other authors would freaking laugh at them.
People respected the news much more in the past. Like, even when I was a kid, I remember. I don't know. Well, I was a kid, right? But I think that, like, I have an impression. I used to have a completely different impression about the news. Like, I used to see them like people respected more the news in the past, even 15 years ago. Or like, oh yeah, the news, like, respect. Just like now they lost. I think even like for most people, and like people don't respect the news as they used to.
Yeah, they used to have that grandfathered authority from back when journalists used to be the ones who were exposing the government's misuse and violation of rights, and so journalists were given that massive respect for standing in that position and providing that service to the public. But then that got co-opted with, like, they changed into emotionally charged language because that would sell more newspapers, and then it turned into tabloids, it turned into the entertainment we have, which is just so divorced from journalism that, like, the two can't be compared.
Yeah, it used to be seen differently before. The people are not stupid.
Yeah, because back in the day it was the interpret or the stubborn journalist who would go out there. He would stake out the thing. He would collect all the information he could find and present it to you. Now the people who do that now online are called conspiracy theorists. Meanwhile, the so-called journalists are just parroting what they're told to say.
What a shame.
Drace, you know why this change happened, right? Fundamentally.
Well, there was, of course, Operation Mockingbird.
Because women came into the political scene, and that's how you appeal to them.
That was the CAA put in feminism, and that allowed them to use emotional languaging to manipulate the majority and get things going.
What a shame.
Yeah. Like, I'll be the asshole for pointing it out, but
I mean, they co-opt and misuse everything. It's not a surprise.
Yeah, well, they're the ones that need to watch out, because with the whole flat Earth and other conspiracies, we have the power to really flip their world on its head and stuff, and show them all that they have been following the wrong sources of information about a great many things that the government has told them and so on.
Yeah, but that's why we are not like fully blocked, but shadow banned, so that we think we can speak to the general public, whereas the general public generally doesn't have access to our streams. They don't see them. They don't pop up in their algorithms because they don't want us to be seen, but they don't want us to think we're too suppressed, so we don't go too far out and become too outspoken.
No, listen, you know what? We're not shaking the. We're not going we're not. I mean, I was having this conversation the other day. I was at the debate Flat Earth, Discord server, and they were mentioning that there was a Flat Earth event happening. They asked me if I was aware of. I'm like, no idea what's going on. And I asked them like, "Why are you guys interested about like flat Earth debate?" And this, which is like good for creating content because they make fun of like flat Earthers. I'm like, okay, that's fair enough. And they're like, why wouldn't you be, Leo, interested in like joining one of these activities? I'm like, dude, no, not Mike, not me. It's like, why not? And I'm like, I don't know. It's just like getting together with other people. I just I don't know. But I thought, I'm like, what would be cool? Like, I would join the flat Earth, like a flat Earth community or whatever. Like, if it would be, at least it would be more attractive. Like if they would do what's the name? Not a strike, but a protest. A protest in front of the NASA department or in front of like whatever, going like a little bit more hardcore. Like that. That's and that's
what would the point of that be?
Yeah, I don't see the point.
Well, the point is to call the attention, because you need to have the attention of people.
Dude, if fucking Earth is covered in 70% water and that doesn't come to their attention, I don't know what will.
Yeah, all that's going to do is create an opportunity for them to co-opt it or send agitators under the guise of being flat earthers, and then you are just creating trouble for yourself. It's much better if everybody goes out individually and collects as much evidence as possible that the Earth isn't a ball. And then we'll just always present evidence, and they can't deal with the flood of evidence.
Well, but dude, you even admitted yourself that it makes logical sense that the Earth is flat, but you just can't seem to get away from the globe. The reason is because it's your identity. You identify with it personally. And this is the problem we run up to. It's not the evidence that's the problem. The evidence is around everybody. It's not like they got convinced the Earth was a globe based upon the evidence. That's not how they got convinced. We ask people all the time when they question us, hey, have you ever questioned the globe like this? And they never have. They've never even questioned it for 1 second. So the problem isn't the evidence. The problem is that it's an idea that people like and they chose to believe it. But they don't think it's an idea. They think it's a fact. What we do is point out, hey, these ideas you have, they're actually not facts. They're based upon belief.
Yeah, but like people don't care. But people do care.
Oh, they do care. They do care.
No, they don't care what the shape of the Earth is. Like, they don't care. They're not curious.
Look, I've been involved in this topic for 10 years. They care.
Most people are not curious.
Look, if they don't care, just fucking go walk to the airport, start telling people you're a flat earther, and see what happens.
Yeah, it's also like the people you are trying to communicate.
They will care, dude.
I think where he's getting this from is when you try to sell flat Earth to people you care about. It's very easy to come off as not very coherent, or at least to their mind. So it's very difficult for many people. At least I've spoken to many people who've told me that it's very difficult. It wasn't difficult for me because I understand psychology a little bit. I've studied persuasion, and so I understand that you need to at least address it from where they're at. And so I didn't try to push onto my family members like the Earth is flat, they have to believe it. I started small. I started showing them the errors, and just the errors. And then they can laugh at the errors with me, and they can be like, yeah, this is clearly an error because I explained it fully to them. And you got to kind of build it. You got to make them want to understand this, or make them at least understand it because they wanted to listen to you. Like, if they don't want to listen to you, they don't care about it, of course.
Yeah, they don't imagine, or they don't think NASA, for example, is corrupt. Like most people,
they can't imagine that. They can't imagine that. But if, for instance, with my family, they couldn't imagine NASA was corrupt. But I didn't try to tell them NASA was corrupt. I just said, hey, look at this compilation of funny videos here.
Dude,
this is a compilation of NASA fails. And they sat with me and laughed at and was like, why? Why is all these fake here on NASA? Why is NASA faking all this? And I'm like, well, I don't know. you don't have to push the idea. You just have to show them that they are bullshitting here, bullshitting there. They're wrong over there, and then they will automatically want to know more.
Yeah. So as far as like NASA, you're overthinking it. This is simpler than that. It's weigher down than people aren't making rational decisions about it. They're not analyzing the information, looking at the data. So in one respect, they don't care in the sense that they accepted the idea without putting any effort into it. They didn't put any analysis into it. They believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they're also told at a very young age that if you don't believe it, you're stupid. This is a social thing. This isn't a freaking intellectual exercise. This is the thing we have to outsiders don't understand that this is a social problem as far as globe Earth versus flat Earth. It's not science. It's not the data. It's not any of those things. That's how it's portrayed from the globe side, is that the globe was proven by science, and that's why everybody believes it. No, everybody believes it is because they were told when they were a little kid that if you don't believe this, you're stupid.
But it's bingo. Like, it is the social and the psychological aspect that is hanging them up. It's not the evidence, because that didn't prove it in the first place to them.
They were never presented any evidence. Not in kindergarten, that's for sure.
What I was just saying, I mean, like, what I was trying to say is that I'm not interested in changing anybody's mind, but some of us here in the group, like, for example, may have like the intention of helping other people realize the truth, and I was just like thinking, like, okay, like, if I would be that person, if I would have that drive, to have the desire of like helping other people like come to the truth, or I would start by like creating like a type of movement where it would be something kind of like make a protest, against corruption, or to call the attention of media and stuff like that.
It's pointless. It's pointless, dude.
No, I think it's a good idea.
No, I mean, because it's true. Because corruption, corruption, corruption is supposedly happening. I mean, corruption is supposedly happening. Like, nobody's like
there's
making
corruption all over the place in every aspect of society. Like
nobody's pissed off.
This isn't about corruption. Yeah. This is beyond the government.
We have the strong evidence and stuff, so I'm not really afraid to argue with anyone.
Bro, the other day,
a lot more raised awareness that there are people.
Yeah. This isn't a government thing, dude. I don't know why. Like, you guys look at this in a very bizarre way. Like, you look at it. I can tell both of you two. You both got globe skeptic. You're very both new to this topic. You're looking at it from. Listen, brother. I've talked to tens of thousands of people, tens of thousands at least on this topic. It's probably like 20,000 people. Just in this server, as of like a year ago, I haven't even kept track. Over 250,000 people have been through this server. Okay? I have a pretty good big sample size of what people think and why they think it. This isn't a government issue. There could be no government, and just because of the social situation, the same way people believe in Santa, they would believe that the Earth is a globe just because they're told that. It isn't. The government isn't actively lying and telling people, hey, believe in the Earth is a globe. Like, you choose to believe it. Like, I don't know why you don't understand that this isn't being forced on anybody. You're being shown something. Just like, I could start a religion tomorrow and be like, yeah, I'm worshiping fucking, this fucking 3x5 index card is my God. And people can choose to worship it with me or not. Right? And if a whole bunch of people choose to worship it with me, so the people that don't believe in that, what are they going to do? Go protest that there's a bunch of people worshiping a fucking index card? You see what I'm saying? They're presented with the globe like, here's this globe thing. You can believe in it. But they present it as if it's a fact. But it's just a belief that people believe in. And the government has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, to use that analogy, it's like the believers had children and then taught the children Well, this is the truth because that's what they believed. They just didn't tell them it was based in a belief.
It's a Western
It's a tradition of that.
Yeah, you guys are overcomplicating it. This is simpler. There's no conspiracy. There's no fucking group of fucking 300 pushing this on people.
Confused because I feel like it does matter that the government, supports the.
What are they doing?
Globe Earth model. Well, they pay the astronauts for one thing.
But why do they support it? It's because people in the government that vote on shit, they believe it too, but they don't know anything. What do you think Trump knows? You think Trump knows one way or another if the Earth is flat or a globe?
I would imagine he does. I mean, how? Because he's the president. He's got to have.
How would he know, dude? He'd still get that information from some other person, right? Yeah. And he in no way could verify that what that person is telling him is true. So no matter what, Shine, he's going to be a believer.
To these arguments and stuff. I mean, the arguments are the thing that sort of give the flat earthers the.
It's not. We are based upon evidence, and we don't. Our shit isn't based on arguments. It's based upon evidence. Well, this is what you don't understand. Okay, we all this is objectively true, that to everybody that's ever walked the surface of the earth, that the earth appears flat. That's objectively true. That's what we all experience. Nobody experiences the earth as a ball. That is also objectively true. There are a certain segment of people that said that they've seen the earth in its entirety. The Apollo astronauts. Those are the only ones. That's 27 people. In the history of the world, claim to have seen the earth as a ball. 27 people. You're the only people that could ever claim knowledge of that fact, right? Those people, just that 27. Trump don't know, Xi Jinping don't know, Putin don't know, all those people, they don't know shit. They don't have, they would get their information from somebody else. And they would either believe what that person says or not believe what that person says. But they would have no personal knowledge of any of this. Okay, so you can think that the government does all these things. It's just a circle jerk of believers. The same thing with any lower rung of society. Okay, we have a guy that comes in here, Josh Ingersoll. He works for the Amazon. And what he does at Amazon is he works for the Amazon Kuiper project, which supposedly is going to compete with, Starlink, to do satellite internet. Mm-hmm. Now, we've talked to him over now 6 months. And we probed him and asked questions and all sorts of shit. He doesn't know shit, and he works directly, as in personal knowledge, at the Earth's a globe. And he works directly with this shit.
You're probably right, man. You're probably right.
I'm probably right. I am right, and I've got him to admit it.
Okay, but not everybody think like you're probably. I'm not probably expressing myself. I'm not. I'm sure I'm not expressing myself well.
I don't understand. We're going to protest, right? People believing in something. Why would we protest
it would
that?
It would be interesting. That's all. It would probably not make a difference at all, but it would at least be different. It would be interesting.
Yeah, don't we be characterized as some sort of political movement? That's the problem.
When you hear a nice debate, about, for example, on the news and stuff, it's interesting. When you hear people speaking with logic publicly, it's interesting.
I get it, dude, but then that would turn it into a political question. Okay?
I don't know. Whatever.
And
it would make noise.
Everything would get freaking muddied.
No, that's a good thing. We want it to be a political discussion.
Why?
No.
We absolutely
No, we do not.
Research, space exploration. That's all stuff that political money goes towards. So we totally want to stop the.
You need to make noise.
And bring them to
listen, even a globe earther should want to stop that. Even if you're a glober, you should want to stop that shit because it's a waste of time.
In essence, you want to go the path of Antifa.
You know what they're. Yeah, well, at the moment, like, for example, flat earthers are like fucking crazy. They speak, but they're not. Yeah, like we're not as a we're not making much noise.
Yeah, we're not crazy. That's the problem.
We're not making noise.
We're not gonna go out and act crazy just because you want that.
I'm not talking about being crazy. I'm talking about like
bro,
acting.
it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if
years for the globe idea to take hold. Can you give us a little time? I'm sorry, it's only been a decade.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if you and your 10 friends are not going to be violent in your riot. However, that doesn't mean that 20 other people won't come and be violent and cause a riot, and then that's attributed to flat earthers who are crazy. So you're just undermining the efforts if you do that.
Please, dude.
I want them to attribute rightness to right arguments.
Dude, I'm a follower in this sense. I would join. I would join a protest. You know, what I mean, like, and if it gets out of control, I'm out of the way.
Why don't you go lead it? Go lead it.
But if it's
dude.
like, no, because I'm not.
Why are you trying to get us to lead it? Look, bro, I'll tell you straight. We're not going to do that.
Man, you're taking this too personally.
Listen,
man.
no, I'm not taking it personally.
I'm not telling you to do
We aren't going to do that, dude.
That's perfectly fine.
You go do it.
We're just having a conversation. I'm just thinking about what would be cool. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm not asking you. I'm not saying anybody should do it. I'm just saying it would be interesting.
It's very weird that there's two fucking clowns in here doing call to arms. Like, no one's ever tried this
bro.
shit.
I'm done, dude. I'm done.
Yeah, be done.
Yeah, create your own chapter of
really
Antifa.
Weird that Shine and you both fucking
enjoy the rest of the evening, man.
Both globe skeptics.
No, you take this too personally,
in here at the same time. In here at the same time, doing the same shtick, dude. Really weird.
What's wrong with
really weird
to believe in the flat Earth? Isn't that the whole point?
The call to arms shit, dude. Every once in a while, we get some fucking moron that in here with the call to arms. We need to protest the government. We need to write our senators. We need.
No, dude.
Come on, it's fucking stupid.
No,
it's
no.
You know.
Well, I don't think it's a bad idea. That's a okay.
That's
thanks,
stupid,
guys.
dude.
Thanks.
Listen, you're not a. If you think that that's a good idea, you're not a flat earther, and neither is the other guy. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't understand anything. You just don't understand it at all, even at a level.
I'm sure I don't.
Because because people that act like this, they have they're not flat earthers, and they have a preconceived notion of what flat earthers are, and they come in here and they try to pretend. It's just like you trying to sneak in the Mexican embassy because you got a sombrero on. Like, dude, we're not fooled by this shit.
Yeah, you can make your own group and you can hold your own protest. It just has no relation or connection to us.
You don't get me. That's fine, dude. Okay, thanks, guys. Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
you and Shine, we weren't fooled by you. Yeah, give up. Exposed.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, you Shine. Your shit's up too. You might as well leave with him.
I'm gonna stay.
Okay, so I don't know why with this fucking call to arms shit. You don't understand flat Earth.
But
okay, it's not a hypothesis. It's not a model. It's none of those things. Flat Earth is based upon just observation. You are aware that before the globe model existed, or the globe concept, everybody was a flat earther, right?
Yes.
Why?
Because it was the way they saw the world.
Okay. Did that change?
No.
Okay, so people still see the world now the same way they did at 10,000 years ago. It still looks the same.
Yeah, it still looks the same.
So the only thing that it changed was humanity got injected with an idea.
Mm-hmm.
And some people chose that idea. They want to actually believe that idea, that experience that everybody had the whole time, forever and ever, going back to the origin of man. They all had this experience. But these other people said, no, that's not right. That's some illusion. And they're literally saying it's an illusion. This isn't figurative. They're saying that you seeing the world as flat is an optical illusion. And the flatter it looks, the more it's a fucking globe. It's almost mind-bending. So you are aware that when you see the Earth looking flat, you understand what the globe Earth claim is that's caused by light bending around the curve, right? You've heard this before? Shine?
I mean, they claim things, yeah. But
yeah, they say it's light's bending around the curve of the Earth, lifting up the surface of the Earth, making it just look flat.
Yes, that's what they claim sometimes.
So here's the funny thing. Is that the flatter the Earth looks, right, the more refraction there is. That's what they're saying. So if I go out and the Earth looks really, really flat, then there's more super refraction. And what causes refraction in the first place? They say gravity causes refraction. Not directly, they say there's a density gradient of air. What causes the density gradient? The gravity. So think about this. Gravity creates a density gradient. Gravity creates the Earth into a ball. That means gravity created a ball that has a air density gradient that makes that ball look flat. Think of how crazy that is.
I agree.
It's fucking insane. The thing is that the experience everyone has doesn't change. This is really the point. The experience that everybody has did not change. It's just that people ended up, there's people that said the Earth is a ball and that's an illusion, and then a whole group of people have chosen to believe it. Now, they only have some responsibility because they were a child when they were presented with this. But the thing is, we're just here to tell them that that's the case. That what the situation actually is. That there's actually no evidence for the Earth being a globe. What they just have is a concept and a bunch of ideas. But as far as like experience goes, they've never experienced the world that way, and they never will, and no one they know ever will. Right? But they don't really realize that. People come in here and call us delusional. They say, you flat earthers, you're delusional. Okay, I go out and I see the world, and I say, hey, the Earth looks flat because this water looks flat. And you go out there and you say, this Earth looks flat because it's curved. Who's delusional? Obviously, the person saying if something flat looks curved is delusional. Or saying, hey, it looks flat, but it's actually curved, but I can't see the curve. It's an optical illusion. That's delusional. Saying it looks flat because it is flat isn't delusional. That's fucking insane.
Yeah. So is your point then that because the Earth is already flat, there's like no point in trying to convince people or argue? They should just sort of see it already?
The evidence is all. No, we just point out that the evidence is already there. It's already all around them. It's already everywhere. It's like people, how is the government hiding the flat Earth? Like they're not hiding it. How do you hide the ocean? Think about it. How would you hide the ocean? How can the government hide the ocean? There's a meme we got, right? With a dude with his head in the sand, and in the background is a fucking flat ocean. And then there's a little bubble that says, yeah, Earth is a globe, right? If you stick your head in the sand and ignore everything that's around you, you can come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. If you just ignore what you experience. But people are so far down the rabbit hole in their own mental conditioning and brainwashing, they need to be told the obvious, that they experience a flat Earth and that the globe is just a concept that they were told as a child and that they've accepted as holy writ.
Do you think that would convince people, or do you think they would just make themselves be in denial about it?
I'm not worried about convincing. I'm not worried about convincing them about anything. We're just going to tell them what the truth is, and that's it. Tell them what the truth. They can take it or leave it. If someone would you try to convince somebody the sky is blue?
No.
There you go. Look, the sky is blue. You would just go, and they were like, no, I don't believe you. You wouldn't sit there and try to convince them. Be like, okay, have fun with that.
And use your senses.
Yes, we're kind of in that position where we go, hey, dude, the Earth looks flat. That's the way you actually see it. And like, you chose to believe something else. And they think that there's a lot of evidence. So this is the way it usually goes. They think in their head that there's a lot of evidence to support the globe idea. They don't know what it is, but they're pretty sure it's out there somewhere. And that some magic science guy figured out that the Earth was a globe. And they're relying on that person for their belief. And they're very confident. Really, what their idea comes from a confidence in what human beings say. Even though they don't know these human beings that said it, they don't know anything about that. And that's where it comes from. What we do is just say, hey, those people that you're relying on, they don't know anything either. They don't know anything more than you. They also experience the world as you do. They experience this flat and motionless. And when we ask them, the magic science guy that you think about, when we ask them how they know the Earth is a globe, they also appeal to some other magic science guy that they've never met. And it ends up in this continuous freaking chain of people when we never get to the person with the actual information that knows the Earth is a globe. It's always appealing to somebody else. And that's what we're pointing out, is that they have a belief that it really is that the things you were told, such as eclipses are predicted using a globe model, the sunsets are predicted using a globe model, and all these other things, those actually aren't true. They're not even true. All you have to do is, most people which haven't done, is dig into the information to find out that they showed you a diagram in school of how an eclipse works, but then when you look at the actual mathematics of how they predict it, that doesn't match that diagram. They're not doing 3-ball fucking equations or of spheres, blocking the light from each other. They're not calculating any of that. They're not doing any fucking ray tracing or any garbage like that in the model of predicting eclipses. But people just think that. They just fill in the blanks because of the diagram. We just give information. That's it, dude. We're just giving them the information. Hey, a lot of things you think are true actually aren't true. And you chose to believe them based upon trust in people saying that the things are true. It's really a trust-based belief system where you just like, I believe in this system. Why would all the scientists lie? Right? It's not that they're lying. It's that they don't know.
It's
how we know they don't. Well, let me say one more thing, Drace. Do you know how we know they don't know? Because we asked them and they said they don't know. Dude don't even know if he has hands.
Yeah, at the core of it, it's just a belief. It's what they, in their own words, it's their best guess. At the core of it, it's just a belief. It's what they, in their own words, it's their best guess.
I mean, I think it's fair to, like, people that have been indoctrinated with something to just tell them, hey, bro, the things you think are facts you were indoctrinated with actually aren't facts. And you've been bamboozled into denying what you actually experience. But people don't think of it that way. It's so easy. It's like the globe is like one of those ideas where it's easy to just like, they make it very easy to believe in it. There's no social repercussions. In fact, the social repercussions are the other way if you don't believe in it. In fact, you're poo-pooed for even asking questions about it.
And if you can memorize some of it, you're spotted as intelligent.
Oh yeah, that's right. You write down a bunch of equations. Fuck, dude. Start talking about black holes and freaking cosmic microwave background radiation. You're a freaking veritable genius.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with trying to shift the public view so that they don't like look down on the flat Earth idea?
Because this is like this is a multi. How do I put it? This is a multivariate problem. There's a lot of gears spinning in this problem. Some of it's social, some of it's psychological, some of it's identity, some of it's misunderstanding of what the information actually is. There's lots of things that are problems of why, like, it's... The thing is, it isn't like trying to convince them the Earth is flat. It's more like getting them to stop being convinced the Earth is a globe. Because the flat Earth is the default position.
Yeah, protesting
We're trying to get them to reject the idea that they've been force-fed their whole life.
Protesting is not going to improve our image. Like, that's what the mob does, and generally makes the image of the mob worse. So I don't see a reason for that.
And what do we protest? We have no interest in what fucking the United States government does and where they fucking the shit they put on TV. I can't sue NASA for being fakes. I'd have no standing. No citizen could ever sue the United States government for fucking faking space. So if you have no legal right, what are you protesting?
Well, it just becomes like all the leftist protests happening, like, and people are already super tired of that. And so I only see it as a negative. I don't see it as a positive.
But isn't those things more of a matter of opinion and this one more of a matter of fact?
Yeah, that's why we don't push.
Yeah,
like I said, I use that analogy of the blue sky. Like, why are we going to keep pushing if somebody won't accept a blue sky? I'm only going to push so hard, dude.
Yeah, and how are you going to present the evidence in a clear, logical way in a mob where, like, nobody can hear you and everybody's just screaming?
Yeah, I don't know.
Our first problem that we typically have is teaching people how to think. It's not what to think. They don't know how to even figure out what the truth is in the first place because their brain is just full of logical fallacies, irrational thinking. The very fact that they believe in the globe demonstrates they're being irrational. Just the very fact they believe it. I was irrational once. I believed the Earth was a globe because they believe it for reasons such as appeal to credentials, appeal to authority, affirming the consequent. All these are logical fallacies. Now, if someone thinks that these are legitimate forms of reasoning, or when they're actually not reasoning at all, giving them information doesn't help because they don't know they can't figure out what the truth is from the information. You understand? Right? Like if you don't know how to sew and I give you a bunch of frickin' thread,
people that water
I can give you all the supplies I want. You don't know how to sew, right?
Use that to start looking into things.
No. It's not the information that's the problem. They don't know how to think about the information. They don't know how to determine what's true and false. Even in a very intrinsic way. I know that sounds bizarre, but they really don't.
I don't know if I totally agree with that because people have like a logical sense where they can sort of hear the reasoning in an argument.
Not in this topic.
You're also assuming that they're going to be presented with the evidence, but if they see a protest of flat earthers somewhere and they go like, oh, what's that about? Google flat earth, they're only going to get anti-flat earth stuff. So how is that helping?
Let me give you an example, Shine. How many people have come in here and said, oh, if the other planets are round, why is the Earth round? Why ain't the Earth round? How many times I've heard that? That statement is a logical fallacy. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. First, and secondly, they presumed the conclusion in their premise, right? When they said other planets, they assumed the Earth was a planet. So the things they're trying to prove, that the Earth's a planet, they assumed in the premise.
So you're pretty much
that's circular reasoning. And I've heard this. Neil deGrasse Tyson has said this. He has a PhD. People don't know how to think, okay? They don't know what reasoning is. They don't know what frickin' logic is. They don't know what rationality is. They don't know how to use these things. It's like fucking go to the Chinese restaurant and there's no forks and all you guys chopsticks. I mean, you can slurp the fucking food up. So they can slurp up all the information, but they have no idea how to frickin' eat it. They can't do anything with the information. They don't know how to, it's pearls before swine, as they say. So if I go, hey, dude, Earth isn't in the category planet. Why would it be? Why would you assume that the Earth is like the things in the sky? They just have a mental fucking breakdown. They can't even comprehend that because they're so used to being irrational that it's hard for them to even come out of it. Now, that's why we have our problem comes in stages, dude. It's not like there is no one size fit all for everybody that believes the Earth is a globe. It depends on the person. And fucking a protest ain't gonna fix none of that shit, because each individual that watches the protest, they're gonna think about it in some unique way that needs to be addressed in a unique way. The whole globe is based upon affirming the consequent. You have to assume the Earth is a globe in the first place to support it in any way. That means it can't be proven. Now think about that. Vsauce, Professor Dave, all these famous anti-flat earthers have said, I believe the Earth is a globe, but I can't prove it. Science doesn't prove anything. But they'll sit there and they'll do fucking hours and hours of video of how the Earth is a globe. But they never caption it at the beginning and say, well, I don't know if any of this is true. I believe all this stuff is true. That's what we're fighting, dude. Basically false advertising.
How are you going to
Stolen
fight
valor in myths about the globe that aren't true. Such as using a globe to predict eclipses. That's the biggest bullshit one.
What ways of fighting it do you think work?
I don't know. I don't know. It depends on the person. Typically, it's very hard for people to even. It's just hard for them to accept the idea because of the cycle. It's like you have to pass through frickin' certain gates to even get to somebody. Even if they know how to think, even if you make the logical argument, sometimes you hit up against a fucking psychological block where they identify with the globe in a deep-seated way, meaning their entire worldview has incorporated the idea that they're on a ball in space, created by the Big Bang, evolution, all this stuff. And that's how their self-identity comes from that, as being a part of that. So sometimes when you present all this information and they imagine for a second, hey dude, the Earth is flat. It's not a globe spinning in space. There's no such thing as evolution. There was no Big Bang. Okay? Now they have to reevaluate their entire worldview. And that becomes too much for some people and they just fucking bug out, dude. Literally bug the fuck out.
Yeah, it's the same with dealing with cult members. Like, you can't just tell the whole cult that they're wrong. They're not gonna accept it. They reinforce their own belief within the cult. And the same is true for the globe. And so you gotta kind of go against that programming. And for us, we gotta kind of be deprogramming each individual at the level where he is and where he locked himself or was locked into this belief. Oftentimes it goes all the way back to childhood, so it's really deep-seated.
Yeah, and where I would say the most, I don't know how effective it is, but this absolves me from all guilt, personally. I'll tell them, the globe Earth is not a complicated issue. It's not a scientific problem. You don't need to be a fucking genius math whiz. It's third grade geometry. And that it's easy to test yourself if you have fucking $6. Okay? You need $6 to buy a mirror and get a friend. Hopefully the friend is free. We can get a mirror for $4 and buy a $2 friend. Who knows? The point is that I tell them that they can test it themselves. And I'll tell them how to test it. How simple it is. Say, don't believe us. Go test it yourself. And then it's on them. Because it isn't, I'm nobody's babysitter. None of us are. We can give you the tools on how, because whatever, there's a flat earther that said, how do you actually prove something to somebody? This is a crucial question. How do I prove to somebody the Earth is flat? All I can do is demonstrate it. That's all you can do. Practical demonstration. So since I can't go there and be with them, I can tell them how to do it, how they can go demonstrate to themselves that the Earth is flat. They don't have to rely on a third party. They don't have to rely on Flat Earthers on Discord or NASA in their freaking Kennedy Space Center. They can just go test it for themselves and see if nature conforms to the globe prediction. And what they'll find out is that nature does not match what they're saying. But the thing is, they have to be self-motivated to do that. That's kind of a thing where, like, a lot of, like, you have to peel back the layers of the onion yourself to even get to the point where you're going to go test it. It has to be some level of curiosity.
All right.
But
well,
see, there's no pressure on anybody for that. You know what I mean? Believe the flat Earth now after we talked to you for 5 minutes, after you've been brainwashed for 30 years. I don't expect that. All I can tell anybody is, look, you don't have to believe us. Go test it for yourself.
Yeah, I would rather they not believe me, because otherwise they're just in the same position as they were before. They believe someone and are just a believer. I would like them to take command of their own faculties and start critically thinking. I think that's how society can move forward.
Exactly. Trusting yourself, believing. I had a guy yesterday in the other chat. He said, give me a credible source that the Earth is flat. I said, you. He was like, what do you mean? I said, you've been to the ocean, right? He said, yeah. I said, it looked flat, right? Yeah. I said, do flat things look flat? He said, yeah. Well, there you go. My credible source is you. And then he tried to convince me how he was not a credible source. Now, what am I going to do with that? What am I going to do with somebody telling me I don't even trust myself? You can't trust yourself. You can't trust your own eyes.
Well, that's what they told them. They told them they can't trust any of what they see. It's all an illusion.
Did he melt away? I think he melted away. I knew he was gonna. It was too much. He was having the fucking breakdown we were talking about.
Good chat.
I love when they come and they try to fake it, dude. They think you're so clever. Like, because all you're doing, dude, is giving me a window of what you think flat earthers are. That's all you're doing. That's what I do while you're there.
It's like hello, fellow youths. Like, we all can see you're old.
Yes. Youths like eating oatmeal. I like oatmeal. Like, fucking, we hate oatmeal. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, they have all these preconceived notions of, like, what we think, what we want to do. You guys are a bunch of conspiracy theorists. I want to overthrow the government. So I want to do that, too. Well, we have somebody in here. What's his role here? Oh, he must have been real popular. D-later. Let's, mute. Oh, fuck it. Why not? Okay, D-later. D-letter? D-letter.
What's up, Indio? It's me, your greatest fan.
Oh, nigga, what?
For fuck's sake.
Oh, fuck, Peter. I want to ask you a question. I can't remember what it was. That was a few days ago.
Oh, come on. Don't leave me hanging like that.
No, I can't remember what it was. It was after the Fight the Flat Earth stuff we were talking.
Yeah, I was trying to talk you into cooking that fool.
Don't make me feel dirty, Peter.
Television.
Ugh. I feel itchy just thinking about it.
Well, it's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it, Indio.
It's not him. Dude, why don't you debate him? Yeah, you won't even sink that fucking low.
No, he's not going to talk to me. I'm a nobody. You're an established name in the community.
Oh, he can't springboard off of you?
Dude, I don't know. Like, if he offers, I'll do it.
Yeah, all I know is, like, those guys are losing credibility so fast it isn't even funny, man. They're going down in the freaking death spiral. McToon is spiraling fucking hard into the goddamn ground. He's just saying dumber and dumber shit every day. I didn't know that he like sent someone a fake email with as a freaking government agency. I do know he ran a company into the ground or some shit. There's a website dedicated to that. So I don't know a lot about that. Not that it would matter. He's a freaking douche nozzle, regardless of what he does in his personal time anyway. But these people are scummy, dude. I don't like. I wouldn't associate with these people in real life.
Well,
And I
nobody asked
fucking
you
have
to
a low
associate
standard of
with him,
fucking.
but booking a fool on national television is not associating yourself with somebody.
I mean, I would cook him on national television. I don't think we're gonna be like He's from England too. I do it on the BBC.
Get Piers Morgan to get you both on. I'd watch that.
That would be fucking great, bro. Somehow he would tie Flat Earth into Andrew Tate, like he always ties everything into Andrew Tate.
Yeah, probably. He'd dig up that clip where Andrew Tate was laughing at that guy and calling him a globetard.
Yeah. Wasn't Peter that guy? So Peter, what do you think about the fact that like I found a pretty I you know, shouldn't say I discovered it. I discovered it with help. That if you're at the Bolivian Salt Flats looking west, watching the sunset, if you're 220 feet above the surface, that you would be able to, when the sun reached the horizon setting, you wouldn't be able to see its reflection anymore. But on a flat Earth, you would be able to see its reflection.
Oh, because of the angles?
Oh, yeah. It's a fucking test that could be done.
Yeah, but who's gonna go to Bolivia?
I tried to recruit someone that was from that freaking area just to go to a while ago, but he's in Europe right now.
Ramsey, maybe.
I don't know. His name was Lionel something or other. He was in an airport. He said he lived in Ushuaia or something, which I think was horseshit. But he's just another bullshitter of the many that we get. But I'm just saying is like, not only could you do the test with a drone, there's mountains that are on the east side that you could go east to west, and it's 86-mile frickin' stretch. So you would definitely have a water horizon.
I only see one problem with this setup.
What?
Things in the sky tell us nothing about the shape of the Earth. So whether the sun is visible or not, well, yeah, but it's a reflection of a thing in the sky.
Well, we can use a fucking light on the ground if you want. It's the same thing.
The point is we're trying to discern if the surface is curved or not.
Yeah, but that's what
because we're looking at we're looking at the reflection to see if there's distortion in the reflection, and then eventually the reflection would disappear due to potentially the curvature. It wouldn't definitively prove that it is due to the curvature, but it would at least make it more plausible.
Okay, here's another thing we can do. Since there are frickin' tall mountains on the eastern or western side too, we can take a fucking light and stick it on the top of the mountain and use the reflection of the mountain instead, okay? Now it's all Earth. Happy now?
I mean, it's better.
What? It's irrelevant, because the point is the reflection and the law of reflection. And how
this guy sounds like a glower right now. That's exactly what they say.
This is why you're fucking muted, dude. Go back on mute, dude. You're gonna start being an ass. You can't hold it together, Peter. Jesus Christ. Deleter. Jesus Christ, I gotta change. What's his nickname? Change his nickname. What's your regular name there, Peter? Peter the Critical Thinker.
Is it really critical thinking if you just throw all principles away, just if you think they have something to do with the sky, even though like you could show it on the ground just as well, because it's not actually concerning itself with the sky, it's just using the light and its reflection? Doesn't feel very critical to me. Feels more like you're just assuming because it has something to do with the sky where the light came from, therefore the law of reflection doesn't work.
Improved your name, Peter. Look, you complained that it was the sun. We moved it to the ground. Now we're light reflecting off the ground. We know the law of reflection. It isn't really variable. It's angle of incidence equals angle of reflection. We have a symmetric relationship. It's simple. It isn't like refraction. We have to calculate the refractive index or anything. I know Peter hates it. Suck the PlayStation dude. PlayStation dude. Let's see if he's. Oh, PlayStation dude has no roles. Really weird. So unsung hero, PlayStation dude, you can talk.
What's up?
What's up? What are we playing?
Watching videos.
Oh, sweet. You been here before? You been on this Discord before?
Nope.
Oh, cool. So what brings you in? Curious about the topic, come to troll, come to listen to Peter, the pitiful drinker, crazy shit. You're not here to troll, or you are?
No, I'm not.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, if you have any questions, I mean, shoot. I don't know if you're already a flat earther, maybe you have no questions, maybe you got it all figured out.
Honestly,
Well, let me start then. Do you remember when you were a child and they first told you Earth was a globe? Did they ever present any evidence to you that that was true?
they just basically. Hey.
They said Earth's a globe. Look, in the corner, we got a toy. You better write that down in the test that Earth's a ball, or you're going to fail. Basically, is the situation. And, they would just believe it for their whole lives. It's just like a tradition. So we're here to inform people that a lot of things they learned are not true, in fact, and they can actually go out into the natural world and test them for themselves and show it and see that it's not true. Pretty much, that's the experience of the people in this chat is that we've taken the globe Earth space. What was that?
Never been to space. I know that.
Well, I mean, how do you know a thing like outer space can even exist in the first place? Have you ever wondered why the gas on Earth doesn't go out into the vacuum?
Well, that's because in order to gain gas pressure, you need a container. On NASA's website.
Yeah, well, according to the globe Earth, it says you don't need a container. Right?
If we're paying by the container, then.
So how are they taking pictures from a place that can't exist?
Yeah.
And the idea of space is actually pretty ancient. Well, what I was saying is the idea of space is actually pretty ancient. And it's actually comes from about 350 BC. Predates whether they ever had any evidence for it. It isn't like they discovered it. It wasn't like, oh, holy shit, we discovered this thing called space. We're going to go up in there. No, they already had the idea. They told stories about it. They even wrote science fiction in 180. So they already had stories before there was any evidence. They're claiming space existed before they knew the zero was a thing. Before they knew how to multiply negative, or knew how to add, subtract, and use negative numbers. Somehow they knew space existed way back then. It's pretty crazy. But regardless of their claims about space exists, you can't verify any of their claims. What you can verify is what you can test yourself. Because you can't go out and check out what they claim the Earth is. Ball, 3,959 mile radius, which makes certain predictions about what you should observe of the Earth. And if you test it yourself, you'll find out that none of those observations actually match the claimed ball. And that's kind of why we're here, to kind of alert people to this fact. Get people off the globe junkie, the globe train.
People, because I tell them I believe they're.
I mean, it's just an idea that people have accepted.
Place where they have a tree. Past a certain point.
Oh, knows. Did Indio leave?
No idea.
Well, I've been making songs like crazy for FE Radio. I got 6 new songs. I can play some for you. Silence is acceptance.
Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Little we holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe and the story with Drace. We're learning how to reason, not a model to embrace. I set a rotor in the gimbal, let it with a word. Fast spin, thin rim, watch the axis stay short. It resists any twist, cause momentum's in place. Point fixed, wheel sticks, that's rigidity in space. No compasses here, this is a basic machine. No external torques, had to keep the physics clean. Balance bearings, true mass, that's the rule of the game. If the spin starts drifting, then the gyro's to blame. Not an imaginary world, a pure hypothetical sphere. We teach logic without a model, keep the purpose clear. We walk north, south, east, west with the gyro in hand. Exploring what will happen in this apparently flat land. Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Little wheel holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe in the story with Drace. We're learning how to reason, not a model to embrace. In this fear seemed lessen if the ground were curved. As we roam across the surface, then the housing gets swerved. The rotor stays pointed at the star at first face, but we would arc round the globe so the frame gets displaced. In that model on that journey, we'd expect a slow twist, the rotation of the housing that'd be hard to miss. That's the if-then setup, a conditional track. Pure logic, no assertion, that's how you determine the fact. Now here's the structure of the reasoning pattern. If this were true, then this would happen. But if that then doesn't show, you can flip the scene. That's motors, Toland's logic, crisp and clean. If the world in our lesson were a spinning sphere, then the gyro frame twist would appear right here. But the twist doesn't show and our storylines test, therefore not the case. And that model we rest. Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Little wheel holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe in the story with Drace. We're learning how to reason, how to model to embrace. Spin it up, let it race, feel rigidity in space. Little wheel holding still while the world shifts place. Move the frame around the globe in the story with Drace. We're learning how to reason, how to model to embrace. So that's the gyro, the logic, the hypothetical sphere. A classroom demonstration wrapped in rhyme right here. Study tools, firm conclusion, that's the heart of the art. Cause science and logic both play their part.
I'm fading it out a little bit towards the end there. Once I finish mastering the track, this is just how they sound before I finish that. Of course, if you just give me silence, I'll play some random stuff.
You've poured years into a theory that never held its weight. Now you guard it like a treasure nobody wants to take. You say I can't quit now, I've invested far too much. Yeah, that's not logic, that's just fear wearing a crutch. Newsflash, time spent is not a fact you get to cite. A bad idea doesn't turn good because you held it tight. Stop while you're behind, you're not gaining any ground. You're building castles out of debt and calling them profound. You say the cost is too high to admit you were wrong, but doubling down on nothing just make nothing twice as long. You cling to shaky articles with diagrams that lie. Graphs with axes missing, but hey, the colors look sciencey, right? You quote some guy you believe, whose theories crumble when contested, then shout, see facts, that claims unverifiable, untested. You're not finding evidence, you're shopping for a vibe. If truth were on your side, it wouldn't need a costume and a bribe. Stop while you're behind, you're not winning any wars. Your arguments are filter made of locked and shuttered doors. You say the world agrees with you, but that's a curated kind. A feedback loop of echoes in the cave you call a mind. Look, I get it, quitting feels like losing, but sticking to a sinking ship is honestly amusing. You're knee deep in the wreckage shouting, see I still have time. Buddy, the only thing afloat here is your pride. If reality contradicts you, you silence the report. You're not doing research, you're doing comfort court. Stop while you're behind, the slope only gets worse. Clutching sinking theories doesn't make them stay afloat. You can keep your bias blanket if it helps you sleep at night, but don't mistake your comfort for being even slightly right. Take the logic lifeboat of reality, it's the last one left to find. Or dig deeper if you want, just don't expect the data to be kind. The globe was only in your mind.
Yeah, all these songs and the rest of the songs I'm making, and once other people submit to me the songs they want played on the FE radio, will be played on the FE radio above. If you scroll up, you can find a new channel called FE Radio, and there's Flat FM always sitting in that channel playing Flat Earth music on the radio. I will be extending that into a 24/7 live stream for YouTube, so that it'll play that music there. So if people want to have their music played along with that playlist, you're welcome to do so. And then I will release each individual song on my YouTube channel. I'm just working on building a catalog right now, and then making the videos for those is going to be a whole other mission. We got all sorts of music. I was looking for a new genre. Like, the last song is in a genre I really like, and I've been making a lot of songs in that genre because I'm gonna make a whole record that has that kind of feel to it. But then I'm also looking for new genres to expand the catalog. So here's a different song.
You twist the edges of my words, full shadows into shape, turn every point I'm making into something I didn't say. You build a fortress out of smoke and swear it's solid ground, but every time I lift the curtain, you just spin it back around. And I'm left talking to a mirror wearing your disguise, a maze of empty echoes bending truth into a lie. I'm tired of arguing in your house, the cause where reason falls apart. The moment it starts, you break the thread, pretend it's frayed. Blame the scene, blame the yarn. I'm done untangling your logic with bare and bleeding arms. chasing some imagined version of the words I never used. You draw conclusions like constellations, random points in the night sky. Call the shapes you've invented fact, then ask me why I'm mine. But I'm not dancing in a circle just to prove what's already clear. Your puzzle pieces don't belong and I'm done fitting them in here. I'm tired of arguing in your house of cards where reason falls apart. The moment it starts you break the thread, pretend it's frayed. Blame the seam, blame the yarn. I'm done untangling your logic with bare and bleeding arms. Bare and bleeding arms. I'll save my breath for silence, where truth can settle in, where thoughts don't twist like currents, pulling sanity thin. I'm stepping out of your weather, your storms that never rain. I won't keep feeding fires that burn without a flame. So keep your house of cards if it makes you feel tall. I'll be standing somewhere sturdy or far from the fall. You can keep your shifting stories, your illusion of control. I'm done arguing with echoes, hollow without a soul.
Yeah, I have a lot of songs. It's just a question of what to play. Especially because I haven't named all these new songs. They're just Globers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Because they're based on Globers being fallacious and lyrics concerning that. And then I have Gyro 1 and 2, which are both songs about proof concerning the gyroscope.
You drag the spotlight off the point and toss it down the hole. Start talking stick, shadow, stars, anything at all. A trail of shiny nonsense that you swear is relevant, but your detours only show you've got no evidence. I chase you once, I chase you twice, then I just stop the chase. Your breadcrumb trail's a map of how you run from what you face. distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with a little rationality. I'm a critical realist fortress, you're a whisper in the wind. Your weak manipulation never stood a chance to begin. Premise like evidence and deny conclusive proof, as if repeating something louder makes it any more true. Because it is, you chant a loop that never ends, a serpent swallowing its tail and thinking truth's a trend. If logic were a test, you'd fail the multiple choice, but somehow still declare yourself the loudest, highest voice. You can distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with a little rationality. I'm the last bastion of science where the data stands aligned. Your circular little dance can't penetrate this kind of mind. You had me cornered with that rhetorical parade. Cute, I've seen more solid reasoning, a late night lemonade debate. You juggle fallacies like fireworks, hoping I'd be impressed. But I read your moves like textbooks titled How to Fail a Test. You can't derail a truth that's grounded deep in observation. Your logic leaks like faulty pipes beneath a shaky foundation. I'm an empiricist logician, evidence is my domain. While you're red herring through the ruins of arguments you stand. And when your tactics crumble, don't look shocked they didn't land. You can't outwit the laws of thought with nothing but an empty hand.
That song technically needs to be cut off the end, faded out. So, like, these are songs I just finished making today and yesterday, and so I haven't finished mastering them. I just like making a bunch of music before I go get to that part, and then I do it in bulk. If you want to hear a good song, this is my favorite song. This is my new favorite song.
I've seen the charmers in the mirror halls, wearing empathy like borrowed shawls. They praise your pain to gain your trust, kiss your cheek, then sell your dust. They smile with teeth too wide to be real. They trade your heart for the way they feel. You'll know them by the calm they fake, by the rules they bend and the oaths they break. They rise on your reflection and curse you for the fall. They wear your admiration like a crown that cost you all. Oh, Maker, if you're watching still, we've crowned a seed as will. We build our thrones on brittle glass and call the cracks a thrill. Show them what they worship, before the mirror kills. The cruel are always smiling first. Sweet honey words that hide the thirst. They love the game, they crave the win. Feed on the faith of their closest kin. Narcissus drinks from shallow streams, while truth drowns quiet beneath his dreams. He'll call it fate when the waters part, but every wave was someone's heart. They charm, they wound, they justify. They rule by mask and alibi. Oh, Maker, if you're watching still, we've crowned a seed as well. We build our thrones on brittle glass and call the cracks a thrill. Show them what they worship before the mirror kills. The sadist smiles when the lights go down. The Machiavellian adjusts his crown. The narcissist basks and the echoes glow. And the psychopath just steals the show. For faces carved from human clay, each one born from pride's decay. They walk as kings of emptiness, their kingdom fading nonetheless. You can spot them in the calm of lies, the ones who never blink their eyes. The world their stage, a soul their trade, every smile a masquerade. Watching still, teach the wise to feel. We build our world from brittle glass, forgetting what was real. Break the spell of ego's hymn before the mirror kills. Break the mirror. See within. Test the world, time to begin.
Yeah, it's just one of my favorite songs. Goes so hard. Yeah, most of the new songs I was playing in the beginning, I haven't even named those, but I've named the last batch, which is in the bot. Once I finish naming these, I'm putting them into the FE music bot on the server.
Call them Fred and Barney. Those are two good names.
Lol. named this song I Trust the World, Not Men.
You can quote your books and masters, wear your medals, raise your hands, but your words don't weigh like metal. They melt when I test the sea and land. You talk about faith and consensus, I talk about what I can prove. You hide in your halls of agreement, I go where the evidence moves. I trust the world, not men. It never lies, it just waits again. Steel and sunlight don't pretend. They break or bend, but they don't defend. You preach belief, I seek the end. I trust the world, not men. They said repeat, don't reason. Remember names, not why. Now they kneel to the towers they build, but they can't look the truth in the eye. They call me lost in question, but I'm the one who's free. They're chained to the words of their teacher, while I test what I can see. I trust the world, not men. It never lies, it just waits again. I've seen the light twist in the wind, and still come home to what's real within. I don't need a priest in the lab coat, or a crowd to say amen. I've got dirt beneath my fingers, and the sky to prove again. Keep your thrones of certainty, keep your saints with paper pens. I'll be here with the questions till the answers break or mend. I trust the world, not men.
I love that song. The best song I think from that batch, although it's hard to say. I think it's Let Truth Cook. I'll play that next.
I don't claim to shape the real. I strip illusion till the lines reveal. No need for faith, no need for fame. The truth existed before my name. They argue circles, I draw a line. Not to divide, to define. Every test a quiet vow to see what is not what we allow. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, let truth cook. Ooh, I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Ooh. They bend their will to fit belief, patch the holes with borrowed grief. But data don't care who you are. It burns the false, sets the bar. Each era's a door we open wide, a path through pride to the other side. No prophets here, just those who learn to question first and never burn. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, truth cook. Oh, I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Reality doesn't flinch when named. It doesn't care who's blamed. It waits, patient, unashamed, while we unlearn what we became. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, truth cook. I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. I'm bent, no need for help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Just let it cook. Ooh. Ooh.
Although that last one would probably go on a different record than the slower songs. They all kind of have a similar vibe to them, whereas this one is more electro-pop house-ish. And so it's gonna go on the other record. And because I'm playing music, I guess I'll play more. This is a song Karma, my sister, made for our artist account yesterday, because we are combined artists. We help each other with the lyrics most of the time. Not all the time, but a lot of times.
It's a tragedy and utter catastrophe. Blind belief in audacious authority. Charlatans deceive the naive majority, exploiting the perceived minority. Subscriptions to unwitting slavery. Knowledge is power, information is key. That's why they brainwash us thoroughly.
The blind leading the blind, unaware of what they might find. They're willingly walking into hell, but willful ignorance won't serve you well.
They carve logic from the schooling with emotions overruling the desecrated corpse of a corrupt system. We wagered and we lost as soon as we commit them to a factory manufactured to manufacture factory workers who won't forever, won't excel. Indoctrinated by universities deep in the sunken cost fallacy. Lack of logic drives the depravity. They've given up their sanity. Too few people actually know. Too many fools who openly show narcissistic tendencies, manipulations and fallacies, all concessions, machinations and atrocities. Who sadly don't know any better, oblivious of better, but is ignorance bliss when all goes amiss. Poison peddlers, smiling as they silence meddlers, paying for that pristine reputation. Blood money, no just compensation. Seems they don't fear their nation. Signing up for castration, it's an artificially created mess. The populace in distress, democracy they cross-dress, theater and Congress. Crafted and sculpted by evil cultists, the dark and deluded, making knowledge occulted and secluded. They colluded and excluded on your territory. They intruded, co-opting movements, subverting and converting, sabotaging the name of improvements. They turn their face away from God, the creator, even though there's nothing greater, the natural law legislator.
The blind leading the blind, unaware of what they might find. They're willingly walking into hell, but willful ignorance won't serve you well.
Knowledge is power and the powerful know. Information is a weapon, and if you control its flow, your influence and your confidence will grow. The liability low. It's a sick, sinister, sycophant shit show, and it's wielded against the populace whilst being poorly adopted by fools. And it's not isolated to our schools. It's a tragedy and not a catastrophe. Blind belief and audacious authority. Charlatans deceive the naive majority, exploiting the perceived minority. Subscriptions to unwitting slavery. Knowledge is power, information is key. That's why they brainwash so thoroughly.
I have a vision that one day humanity will soar above its shackles and mental prison. Recognize the majesty that is creation, so we can stop this moral degradation. Escape the echo chamber, nourished orchestration. Rebuilding a true foundation of truth revelation.
But yeah, I'll put most of these songs, or if not all of these songs, onto the FE Radio bot once I stop taking up your time here. The reason why I want to mess with the metadata is because I made the bot be able to like post an embed with the metadata, and then what I can do is I can add a link to the comment of the metadata and a picture, so that'll show when you do that command. And the goal was to then have links to the different people's socials. Like, we have a bunch of people who are making songs on the Discord, but we don't have all those songs collected together, so the idea is to collect all those songs together onto FE Radio. You hear a song you like, you're like, ooh, that's interesting. Then you can do the track info. You get the info about the track and his, like, for instance, YouTube channel if he's releasing the songs there. And then you can click that and find the catalog and all that. So it's kind of just to help discovery of the music. It's just been a couple of days since I basically made the bot. I think it's 2 days since I last finished updating this bot, the current bot we have. And I was starting to build the YouTube side of it, but I had run into some problems with my virtual machine and the cloud network I was using, and so I got kind of sidetracked. But I'm back on track. I'll probably have finished sometime tomorrow. Shouldn't be too hard. I've been teaching myself programming. I didn't know anything about programming like a little bit over a week ago, and now I'm like making myself bots left and right. It's really fun. But yeah, I'll put most of these songs, if not all of these songs, onto the FE Radio bot once I stop taking up your time here. The reason why I want to mess with the metadata is because I made the bot be able to like post an embed with the metadata, and then what I can do is I can add a link to the comment of the metadata and a picture, so that'll show when you do that command. And the goal was to then have links to the different people's socials. Like, we have a bunch of people who are making songs on the Discord, but we don't have all those songs collected together, so the idea is to collect all those songs together onto FE Radio. You hear a song you like, you're like, ooh, that's interesting. Then you can do the track info. You get the info about the track and his, like, for instance, YouTube channel if he's releasing the songs there, and then you can click that and find the catalog and all that. So it's kind of just to help discovery of the music. It's just been a couple of days since I basically made the bot. I think it's 2 days since I last finished updating this bot, the current bot we have. And I was starting to build the YouTube side of it, but I had run into some problems with my virtual machine and the cloud network I was using, and so I got kind of sidetracked. But I'm back on track. I'll probably have finished sometime tomorrow. Shouldn't be too hard. I've been teaching myself programming. I didn't know anything about programming like a little bit over a week ago, and now I'm like making myself bots left and right. It's really fun. Programming, I just used LLMs to learn it. It's really easy using the LLM because you have an idea of what you want to make with the LLM, and then the LLM be like, yeah, I'll spit out some code, and you're like, wait a minute, slow down, dumbass. I don't understand all this stuff. Explain everything, go over what it means. And it's a good resource for getting started with it and having someone on the side that you can just be like, bro, explain in detail. A lot of teachers don't have that ability to be that lipo is the Icelandic word. They have their own egos involved, and so if you're one of 30 students and you always have a problem, you're trying to understand something because it's not clearly explained, then it's sometimes hard to get that assistance, whereas you can get that easily from an LLM, and then you can test all the things that it's teaching you to do in real time, and then figure out that about 70% of the things it tells you to do just are retarded and didn't actually work, and it's trying to make you do something that you didn't want to do in the first place. However, you learn a lot from making the mistakes, and you learn about as much from making a mistake as doing something right, and you learn what not to do and what works for the thing that you're not doing. But it also gave me ideas, taught me about how I was going to set up the streaming bots and stuff like that, even though that wasn't what I was going to do originally. But it kind of just leads you in different directions, gives you ideas to research, and then it's up to you to research those things, and that's why I like it. I might not know that there's a way to do something, or there's a program that could be used, or but the LLM knows it, and then I can test that and figure out oh no, it hallucinated, and this version doesn't have it. A lot of times I'm it helped me set up my first virtual machine on the cloud network, and as I was going through it, it was I just click this button and go into this, and I'd be like, bro, those buttons don't exist on the UI I'm looking at. Look, here's a picture. And he's like, oh yeah, you're right, I'm an idiot. Try this button. I'm like, okay, try it. Oh, there's something similar to what you're talking about with this. And he's like, yeah, you found it. And so it's kind of like having a dumb helper who knows more than he actually should. Yeah, it's better on coding than a lot of different things. It kind of sucks with logic a lot of the time. It can sometimes detect it, but if its code is heavily biased towards one direction, it will argue that direction with fallacious argumentation, even though you tell it not to be illogical. Whereas the code is they have less corrupted code when they're drawing from that code, because human language has so much fallacy within it, and so all the books, all the text that goes in, that human language text, is corrupted with the fallacies, and so it bleeds into their output. Whereas the code is based on functional, actual working code, and so they're referencing working code, and so they're more likely to spit out working code. So many. Like, I started making songs on the Discord, this Discord, because back in 2020, we had the arena and were debating a bunch of Globers, but they were so easy and they would lose so easily that, like, in the downtime we like didn't have much to talk about, so like normal, like it just gets silent. But then one guy was like, I made a song, and then we were like, oh cool, let's play that song. And that kind of wound up on itself, because like then another guy made a song, and then another guy made a song, and I was like, hey, yeah, I'll try to make a song. And I wasn't an artist, so like I tried rapping, and like so the first thing I did was just rap songs. I don't think it's very good myself, but people seem to like it, so I made more and more. Question is if I can find any of the old songs in this voice mod, soundboard. Oh, I have a song. Okay, this is my favorite songs that I performed, and because I got my sister also to perform in it. So this is one of our older songs. It's the 8th song I made.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they raise you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off the student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's there, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in a bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, effie baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Out your Chaco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, make it sunny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Yeah, so that was an ancient song from back in the day. I could probably play you Chocolate Saying, which kind of inspired me to try. If I could find it.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mrs. Brona?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, straw man.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
I was playing for you, me listening to the thing, trying to figure out which songs to listen to. Yeah, muted it on the wrong side. Congratulations for that. Okay, Atna. This is the song I wanted to play by Chocolate saying, what is the world? He is a fantastic member of this group that has been away for a while.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know Flatearthers winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. statistician. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Damn, son, where'd you find this? He's so good. CB is also pretty good. My favorite song by him is Space Ghost.
Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than a napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets, they unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's, cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to throw, we take his rolls, throw him in the mo quick. Put your bitch right on the flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, extort the feelings. You can't front with us, I can't fuck with your wig split. Pillum, cog this, hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, ayy, fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon D, ayy, Black Swan, Nikon D at the beach, down in the rabbit hole, tree to go deep, Black with the globber, yeah, now he can't sleep, some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep, said he measured out just like a drop and then a dip, got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip, Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click, shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks, brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing, talking about gravity to please him, now he's talking about seasons, head on my forehead like she's about proofs, in a book, your grandma turned FE on Facebook, I want that proof, no Captain Hook, play it, let me hear it, let me hear it.
I love that one. Yeah, but those are the old songs. We have a bunch of old songs and new songs. And then we also have comedy shows. We have McLoon and Father Balls, and the rest of the crews at the AI shows that represent this weird alternate reality where Globers actually tell the truth. But then it also morphed into something else where it's like more of a comedy show than anything else. I guess I'll play one before I turn this off and go to sleep.
Welcome to the...
Sit down. Good morning, my children. Now, I am in charge of this show. Prepare your behinds for an explosive assault of your senses. Welcome to the Father Balls experience with the Lunar Tick.
It's the Lunatic Show, Father.
Not anymore. We need new theme music and better guests. You keep getting wrecked. These darn flat earthers are so charming and good looking, it's hard to concentrate on the holy fallacies. I understand, my child. But that is why I have a secret card to play. I invited a friend from the fraternity to come on the show. He should be arriving shortly.
Ooh, goody. Who is it?
I have a few friends lined up already, but this one is a special one, handpicked by Father Son himself, so he wears the vest that signifies his importance to the secret societies. Since he's not arrived yet, I will play a short clip to showcase his brilliance. I know you will know him as soon as you hear him speak. The world's most famous astrophysicist, a man in a league of his own, Wieldegas Bison.
Bison? But the Flat Earthers use him and Fight the Tight Shirt said he was wrong.
Flat Earthers are wrong, and Bison will prove that. Fight the Tight Shirt is just a moon caught in your orbit. His opinion means less than yours, and mine supersede yours. Just shut up and listen to the glory of the Wieldegas Bison. Hear him regale you with his brilliance. Listen close.
But I also had a guest. He's waiting outside.
What the hell, man? He can wait. We play the clip.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet. In almost every case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm going to do in this masterclass is teach you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, how to question what others say. I've come to realize that there are three categories of truth: personal truth, political truths, and the objective truths that shape our understanding of the universe. The interesting thing about an objective truth is that it's true no matter what. Imagine that. By the time we're done, you will be equipped with some of the methods and tools so you can turn data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom. We all have susceptibility to bias. Search engines on the internet are the epitome of confirmation bias. And you're going to use that as evidence that you are correct? No. The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. What does it mean to be skeptical? What does it mean to be convinced by data? A proper skeptic questions what they're unsure of, but recognizes when valid evidence is presented to change their mind. I will equip you to not only find objective truths, but then communicate to others how to get there. It's not good enough to be right. You also have to be effective. The less connected you are to what is objectively true, the less likely you will be able to make decisions that will benefit your life, the life of your family, and even civilization itself.
Now, that is a master class. When he arrives, you better be on your best behavior, McClune. Now, who the hell is this guy waiting outside?
It is Craig McFaddy. Mon, please, Papa Balls. You said it was okay, please.
Okay. But if he annoys me, I am throwing that fat fuck out of here. You hear me?
Yay! Thank you. I will buzz him in. Do we have an ETA on Bison?
That globular masterpiece should be here any moment now. I keep texting him, but all I get back is this eggplant emoji. Do you know what this means?
I don't know. I am not hip like the kids. He's probably hungry or something.
Hey guys,
Shut up and go to the corner over there. Take your mic with you, but don't speak unless spoken to. You got it?
Sorry.
But I know the secrets.
Shut up, you nitwit, halfwit, fuckwit. I ain't here to listen to your nonsense. We got a god coming in a few moments. Pipe down before I spank you.
But the eggplant.
Shut up. No one cares. I did not ask you a thing. Get some control of your minion McClune.
Oh my God, Craig. Don't make me look bad in front of Father Balls. Go sit in the corner. We will talk to you later. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Our glorious expert is coming. This is a bona fide living saint of our religion, boys. Prepare yourself to be in the presence of something so divine, your face might melt of literally in a figurative manner.
Is this the right place, Father Balls?
Yes, welcome, my brother. I once peed next to you in the bushes at the Grove, remember?
Not really, but it was probably dark. So, that is most likely the reason. I just got told by your uncle this would further the cause. So here I am. What do you need me to do or say to get this over with?
Well, brother, we are dealing with those pesky flat earthers again.
Oh no! Not the flat earthers. Don't tell me you set me up and have a flat earther here somewhere. Because if you do, I am leaving. I am not about to debate them. You know the motto, right? Imagine they don't exist. Only way to cope in bliss.
Of course, your excellency, great wild stallion of the sun. I would never dare offend you in such a way. Please admonish this servant.
You at least know your place. That is good. Who are these other troglodytes with you? The box-shaped one at the table and the spherical one in the corner.
They are simple but devout followers of my congregation. The freakish-looking box one is my personal disciple. The other one is his pet. I was hoping they would be illuminated by your grace and wisdom.
Makes sense. Now, what is your problem with the flat earthers?
They are just not stopping, my liege. They keep trying to tell everyone the truth, and the holy fallacies don't seem to be working as well anymore. They seem to be hip to our tricks, and so just disarm them and make us look weak. Can we not, get some good evidence, like seeing the majestic curves of Mother Earth from an airplane or a weather balloon?
No. You won't see the curve from 2 millimeters of the surface of a beach ball? You just won't. That stuff is flat. The horizon is equidistant, and you only see a tiny portion of the Earth. Even the ISS is too low, and so requires fisheye lenses to curve horizontal lines. So, we feel good about those pictures. Otherwise, there would be so many flat earthers. Can you imagine?
Ah, I see. So it's a test of faith. Only the truly devout can understand that there is no curve there, but still hold the faith. Makes perfect sense. Praise be the Gravitron and Bob and Todd who helped make him make mathematical sense.
So we shouldn't use those pictures and claim it's Earth curve?
No! That is handing the flat earthers an easy victory. Just look at the videos where the images come from. They can just point at the curved horizon when the balloon is still on the ground and be like, look, you are an idiot. Or when at maximum altitude, they look at the land mass and size of the sphere and oops, you got planet New Mexico. That is why we tell people to avoid going over any evidence with the flat earthers. They will beat you with experience.
Exactly. Don't ask dumb questions, McClune. So what about our prophets? Can we not just slam them with superior doctrine? The holy sticks and shadows surely cannot be countered. It's divine inspired.
Ah, you underestimate the trickery of their heresy. It does not work either. You need to look at the nuance of it. Our prophet made a few assumptions that we cannot test. And by changing those variables, the flat earthers can get the same results on a flat plane. So it proves nothing. If it did, the Chinese would have proved the flat earth doing that exact thing. So we must reject it. Took me a while to understand this, as I thought maybe if I add more sticks, but that does not actually have any difference.
What? 4 sticks did not work? But I would have thought such a genius idea would have worked. I mean, you said so.
I postulated that it might not work, but change parameters and it does. Pseudoscience is also a fickle bitch. Right, Father?
Ah, yes. Like an angry blue-haired woman. You need to know when Mother Earth is PMSing, and so you must ride that bitch like a dolphin on the dunes of the Sahara.
Faith is a large part of our religion. We just keep that on the down low, you know? Everyone does not need to know that. But you should know all this, since you do have a Theosophy doctorate in scientism, Father Balls.
You do remember, you do know me. Stop playing coy and kiss me, you animal.
No, not right now. Focus on what I am saying.
Okay, so maybe it's because it's divine inspired. That is why it requires a certain degree of faith. Makes sense. But our most high God of gods, the gravitron, is scientifically proven though, right?
No, because it's more of a fundamental force that is not a force. So the gravitron is hiding within the thing we call mass. But since we cannot manipulate him and can only imagine that he is warping space and time, which we cannot detect either, but the consequences of that, we believe, is things falling down, you see. So we can measure the rate which things fall at. We know both the prophets Newton and Einstein were fundamentally wrong, since neither idea works with observations or experimentation completely, but working partially is enough to get people going, and it confirms our belief, so their work is sacred.
Oh, okay. There is naturally going to be an element of faith because it is a religion, but there must be something that we can use to clobber the flatties with, like just saying stuff like satellites.
That might sound good on the surface, but how does that prove anything either way? It's not like they can go and confirm the satellite is doing what we claim it's doing, can they?
No, I guess not. But don't they need to explain everything, creating a new cosmology if they want people to leave our cult?
No, that is the real problem with objective truths. They are very hard to fight, so we can only combat it with subjectivity. Do you understand?
Yes, of course. There could be 10 wheeled gas bisons in this room right now, I don't know. Therefore, I must accept your authority on the matter. My senses might tell me there is one, but like my senses tell me the earth is flat and non-rotating, I cannot trust anything except the approved authority, right?
That is correct. We stand on the shoulders of giants, as you well know. So it's important for us to try to maintain our facade of intelligence. You cannot be giving the flat earthers easy victories. You need to obfuscate and not address the question, talk about them, not the evidence.
Why try to do that? But they just call it manipulative tactics and mute us.
Shut up, boy.
No, it's all right. You see, your problem is that you are going on their platforms and trying to convince them we are right. That is impossible. We can only misrepresent them throughout our media platforms. Any attempt to fight them with home field advantage is like sticking your hand in the wood chipper. They won't allow us to use fallacies and manipulative tactics. Just like if they were on our platforms, we would interrupt and mute them to prevent them from making a coherent argument. It's all about optics, boys.
Flat earthers also say it's all about optics.
They generally mean it in a different way. They're talking about how optical devices destroyed the foundation to our beliefs and or optics in general. It's why I don't want that conversation. It's just going to end poorly for us. So focus on manipulating the people they talk to rather than them. Focus on the unsuspecting victims who have no reason to doubt your fallacies or manipulative tactics. Does that make sense?
It does, but also not our foundations are fine. Why would you say they destroyed them?
They claim to have all this empirical evidence that would falsify our religion. So to avoid the complete collapse of the religion, the best thing we can do is obfuscate and hide this evidence. This should not be this difficult to understand. Your disciple is stupid, Father Balls.
Oh, I know he's an abject retard. Everyone knows it. But he's better than that other one. Say something. Fatty?
No you. Skinny, non-globular truck face.
What the hell did you say to me, boy? I ought to whoop your ass.
No, wait. This is good. Note how he's not addressing what you are saying and just reversing it back with absurdity. This is what you should be doing.
Oh, well, if the great solar bison of the plain says so, I cannot disagree. I suppose Fight the Tight Shirt is now my primary disciple. McClune, you go sit in the corner.
No.
Yes, right now.
But this is my show, damn it.
I don't care. You belong to me. Now sit down and shut up. My beloved disciple, Fight the Tight Shirt, come join us.
I have to go. I have places to be. I am a busy man. You must understand that.
No, please don't go. I need your glory to fill my empty vessel.
But I must. But thank you for this. We can do this again. You have my number now, Father Balls. Don't misuse it. Have a good one.
Woe is me. He left. Look what you have done, McClune. Why can you not be more like McFatty over here? He's quick-witted and hyper-intelligent. You can see it by how much the globular gods have blessed his earthly form.
Thank you, Father.
Can I sit at the table now? We need to end the show.
Sure, whatever. I got better things to do. Come, Craig, I need to show you the mysterious dance of the balls.
Okay.
Well, this has been MC Loon and a whole host of other fuckers. This might be the last show I make if they keep treating me like this. Pay me pity bucks. I need them now more than ever. Goodbye.
Well, I'm off. I will be adding the songs to the bot in a minute.
for it to work, or it has to have some sort of backdrop because to illuminate it. But you can see it, and the fact that you can predict that, like,
I want to look up this equation to check it for my location. What is the equation?
I can pull it up for you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, so what if they point their camera up and they don't see it?
I don't think that's ever happened before. I've never
You don't think
heard
anybody's ever missed it? 100%?
They probably missed it because you need it extremely precise.
So they do miss it sometimes.
No,
right?
but it's extremely
what would
precise.
that mean? So what would that mean?
That the ISS is moving.
It doesn't exist? Doesn't mean it doesn't exist?
Well, do you know how fast the ISS is moving?
Do you? I know how much they say. So all you're telling us is like a bunch of stories, right? So
It's literally 17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, but you know that would look the same as something that was.
I can
7
pull
feet
up
long.
the app
Hold on,
and say,
dude.
oh.
Let me finish.
Right.
An ISS, 300 feet long, at 250 miles, going 17,000 miles per hour, would be visually identical to something 7 feet long at 40,000 feet, going 350 miles per hour. Okay, would look visually identical. There'd be no visual difference.
How do you wait? What did you say?
Because linear perspective,
Sorry,
right?
I'm kind of doing two things that I need to.
It's linear perspective, right? So you double this distance, you have the visual size, so we can do division, right, and get a different altitude and a different speed, right, by just dividing, right? You half it again, you half it again, you half it again, right? So you can go 125 miles. Let's have 8,500 miles per hour and 150 feet long is going to look the same as what they say the ISS is. You can half that, and half that, and half that, and half that, and keep halving it. Like, you can't visually tell the difference
between the football-sized object moving at 17,000 miles per hour between
you can't tell that from looking at it.
You can't tell it?
Not from looking at it.
I feel like you can calculate it. Like, you can calculate the speed of it. All you need, like, I've done it before. For the ISS, yes.
Okay, tell us what instruments you've measured it with to calculate.
I didn't use an instrument. I just had to go figure out its height above the Earth, and then I used a calculation.
How did you know its height?
Because it's public information.
So you didn't know?
I mean, I did know it. It's public information for anyone.
Okay, so you were at Nadir and got its altitude. That's what you're telling me.
I'm a what?
Nadir, directly under the ISS, because that's the altitude it publishes, the nadir point. The nadir point is directly under the ISS, so when it gives the altitude above the surface of the Earth, that's what it is. So you were directly under it. It isn't a good idea to come in here to lie. You can't bullshit your way here, dude. Sorry.
Well, I kind of came in here to listen to you guys, and then you'll turn on my mic and
don't
ask
tell
me to
bullshit
speak.
like you calculated, because you never did. That's horseshit.
I did calculate it.
Okay, so you were at the nadir point.
The nadir point. I searched
the nadir is directly under the ISS.
I searched up its height above the
That is the altitude they list, right? Directly under. You would need to be directly under to calculate it.
Yes.
Well, I didn't even hear where he said he observed it.
Azimuth and elevation angle, and then calculate it based upon the distance, and do the globe curve calculation to know how high it was above the surface of the Earth. There.
Well, let me ask this clarifying question. Let me ask this clarifying question. Did you apply this calculation to one of your own personal observations?
Well, I've never photographed the ISS myself. I could try.
Okay, so this calculation was just done with purely hypotheticals, right?
I mean, I guess I've never tested it out myself. I know I could try.
Right, so no worries. That just explains why you weren't under the nadir point, because you were only on a piece of paper. I understand. No worries.
Maybe the paper was under the nadir point. Look, bro.
The thing about mathematics, real quick, the thing about mathematics is the scaling rate of a dividend that pays you 10% on your money, that math is always correct. The problem is I don't have any money in the bank, so they're not paying me.
What? Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm kind of doing something here.
Just means like you can do math till you're blue in the face, right? But those are just values in mathematics, right?
Math till I'm blue in the face? Yes, I've done that.
Yeah, think about it. Think about it. You could do math on how rich you would have been if you had invested in Google way back in the day. The problem is you never invested in Google. So the math, while accurate math, doesn't reflect reality.
Yes, hold on. I'm kind of
you calculated the orbit of something that didn't exist.
Yes, hold on. I'm kind of doing something here. I kind of wanted to came in here just listen because I was doing an English report.
Oh.
On Edgar Allan Poe, but.
Oh, the Raven?
I don't even fucking know who this guy is. I'm having it.
Heresy, blasphemy, ban him.
I know. Gosh, educate him, Indio.
I mean, I know who Edgar Allan Poe is. I know he like married his cousin, and like his underage cousin who was like what 15.
He's got to go on with Einstein then.
What?
Einstein married his cousin.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Einstein married his cousin.
Oh, wow. What a weirdo.
I don't think she was underage because it was okay to marry 15-year-olds in Germany then.
Oh. Yeah, let me search up his wife. Not Edgar Allan Poe. 13? My God, she was 13.
Ew.
And he was almost 30. He was pushing 30.
Well, incest is best. It keeps it in the family. Anyway. Actually,
I got a question for you.
What are you doing on Edgar Allan Poe? Like which writing?
Which writing?
Yeah, or just on him, the person, or is it about a particular thing?
It's about everything. Something about how he made like some. It was like those like cop shows or those Sherlock Holmes. Apparently he like had something contributing with that. He made the genre of he made a lot of genres. I don't know. I'm kind of researching him as we speak. I know his.
The Telltale Heart's probably the one that relates most to the globe belief. Yeah, it's just like something about flat Earth that just nags you, just keeps going after you, and then finally just drives you mad. So you have to confess that the globe is nothing but a belief. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Telltale Heart is the one.
I think I know you, not from real life. I've seen you on Discord, not just here. Weren't you in some politics and religion?
Discord? Yes, that is correct. I did once join the politics and religion Discord, no doubt.
I think they took out the flat Earth section in that.
No, they didn't take it out. We took them out. Yep, we decided to leave that venue. Mm-hmm.
That's gone now.
They were not being cooperative.
Mm-hmm.
They were not being cooperative.
Yeah, by just being
father and mother were professional actors and died. Then John Allen raised him. So poetic.
I like the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. When I think of the Headless Horseman, I think of Globe Earthers.
What is y'all with like Globe Earthers hate? My God.
Because they're. Yeah, but they carry their head around in their arm, but it's a globe.
Yeah, when I watch any movie, I do not think of this. I'm sorry, but when I read The Telltale Heart, I did not think of the globe Earth. Nor did I think of it when I was reading any other of Edgar Allan Poe's literature.
Yeah, the Telltale Heart. No, because it's not the globe that's the Telltale Heart. It's the reality of your own experience of the flat Earth that you tried to bury because, when you were first born on this Earth, it was very obvious that it was flat and stationary, and then some authority figure convinced you that your own experience was not as valuable as the propaganda that they were trying to feed you of the globe cult religion. So you buried your own knowledge and experience in favor of somebody else's idea. That's the Telltale Heart. The Telltale Heart is the flat Earth. Yeah, it's not the globe.
Interesting.
No, because when I didn't realize the Earth was a globe until I know this might even y'all are probably believe the Earth was a globe in like second, third grade. I don't think I learned the Earth was a globe until like end of second grade, and I didn't know what the Earth was. I didn't think it was flat or anything. I just didn't know what it was. I did start to think it was flat, not from my observations. It was because in second grade we were reading this book, and it was talking about this like girl who had to go to the edge of the Earth to like grab something, and I took that literally, like there was an actual edge to the Earth.
Yeah, there's no known edge. Yep, Mario, no known edge.
Yeah, do you think we think there's an edge?
Is there? I don't know. I'm not
We
you
don't
guys.
think that. Do you think we think the Earth is a space disk?
Probably not. I never assumed you guys thought that.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking. People think because people see the memes on the internet, man, with the water falling off the edge of a disc. Memes, yeah, on the internet. You never seen the flat Earth with the water falling off the edge of a disc floating in space?
I don't see much flat Earth propaganda or just things on the internet.
I don't know where you're going on the internet, dude.
Really?
Everywhere.
You don't watch the news that much?
I don't think I've ever seen flat Earth on the news. I once
really?
saw.
Guess what? Let me give you some. Listen, I believe you that you may not have seen it, but let me give you some history over the past 10 years. So, in the past 10 years, the flat Earth has been mentioned numerous times from the presidential pulpit when he was giving speeches. One most famous is Obama when he was trying to get something done. He said, "Listen, we got to get this done. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society." Insinuating that anyone who was against him was part of the Flat Earth Society, insinuating that they were so stupid and troglodytes that they couldn't understand modern life. Then we had congressional hearings where members of Congress grilled social media CEOs and stuff of how they were going to kibosh, put a stop to the spread of misinformation around certain categories, which included Flat Earth. So, I mean, Flat Earth's been out there. Not only that, but Flat Earth surpassed Justin Bieber on YouTube within the past 10 years, bro. And guess what happened after that? They shut it down. They tried shutting it down. They started censoring it heavily.
I wanted to learn all the talking points, like why do you guys believe in the Earth is flat? Because I never really asked that directly. And I tried asking it in like the questions, and they got mad at me. So now I kind of have to ask it here.
Why do we think the Earth? Because that's the way it appears to be.
No, but like there has to be more than just I look at it and it's flat.
Well, I mean, well, that's a good starting point, right?
I mean, I guess so.
I mean,
I never assumed
you wouldn't look at because, like, you know, if you go, hey, what's flat? Oh, flat things. Start there. Okay, maybe it's not flat. Maybe it's curved. Okay, let's check.
Or I'll just how about I ask like some questions, like how do you explain
Nah, there's no reason to do that, friend.
Insert thing.
Before you go on with your question.
Watch.
Before you go on with your questions, friend, I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question because everything you're about to ask has nothing to do with the proper point. So I'll explain it very quickly. Then you'll know what our opinion on the proper point is. Then you can ask your question. So, the Earth is the Earth.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Okay, the Earth is covered, all the known territory, 70% in water, right? Water is the gold standard throughout of all of human history for the term level. It's what we use to level structures. It's what we use to level everything. The physics of water. Okay, so we know that water is flat and level on the surface, and you can validate that with direct measurement. And so since water is flat and level on the surface and it covers 70% of the known territory, and the physics of water are ubiquitous across the surface, then that means 70% of the entire surface area of the known Earth is flat. It's called sea level. And all elevation profiles are taken from sea level. So the highest mountain and the lowest valley are all relative to sea level, which means everything on the Earth is between two horizontal parallel planes, which means it's flat. But not only flat, really flat. Go ahead.
So now I can ask my question.
Now that we've established the Earth is obviously flat, yeah, go ahead and ask your question.
Didn't expect that answer, did you?
No, I kind of confused.
What you did expect? Read the Bible?
I was expecting a lot of the Bible, yeah.
See, you guys are like.
Can I?
Go ahead.
My question. Yeah. So I was wondering, because clocks in the northern hemisphere, I mean, not clocks, my bad. Stars in the northern hemisphere rotate clockwise, while stars in the southern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise. Why do we observe this?
Very simple. So when you're on an Earth that's covered in 70% of water, which is flat and level, and when all things are level to it by the standard of sea level, which means the entire Earth's surface is a horizontal plane, right? Then things that are in the sky are not the Earth. There you go. There's the answer.
What?
So in other words, whatever you see in the sky is whatever the sky's doing. It's not what the Earth is.
I got some other questions. So it's not really.
No worries.
It's just kind of like general questions. Do you like globe earthers? Like, do you have friends that are globe earthers? And if so, do you
Absolutely. Depends. I mean, I don't try to convince somebody of something any more than I try to convince them of anything else. It's like, hey, dude, you should eat more carrots and work out instead of being a fat ass. Or hey, don't be lazy.
Yeah.
Are these prepared questions?
No, I completely just joined this call randomly and did not expect. Well, I knew
I don't have reading from something.
No, I don't. I didn't have speaking privileges. Like, why would I prepare questions? I was like,
well, I asked. Then I didn't
check this out, brother. Check this out, brother. From a sociological perspective, I like your question. Let me explain.
Yeah.
Many people will say that the majority of people on the Earth believe the Earth is a globe. Okay, let's say that's true. That means the majority of Christians believe the Earth is a globe, the majority of women believe the Earth is a globe, the majority of children believe the Earth is a globe, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that also means the majority of my loved ones believe the Earth is a globe. So if it comes to the case that I used to believe in a globe and now I don't, now I hate my family, think about it. That doesn't make any sense. But let me put it to you this way, friend. Since I've been involved in this community, I have seen the most vile and atrocious behavior from globe zealots against members of their own family who said they started to believe in flat Earth, and against other people who they're not even aware of at all. Like, for example, a very famous case, Brian Mullen. He's an engineer. He came across the idea of flat Earth. He said, you know what, I'm an engineer. I'm going to start applying myself to this topic and see if I can figure it out. He spent time on it, and he decided that the Earth was flat. And he also decided some tests that could actually demonstrate that the Earth was flat. So people started to get really mad because they're like, well, listen, it's one thing if some kooky conspirator thinks the Earth is flat, but if a real professional engineer is really applying himself, I can't stand it. So a man decided, who was a glober zealot, to pursue this flat Earth engineer, started harassing his workplace, started to try to get his license pulled because he was saying he couldn't possibly be a safe engineer because he believes the Earth is flat, people are going to die. Basically assaulted the whole man's career and his employer until the man basically had to say, okay, you know, I really need to feed my family, and, you know, if me believing in the Earth flat offends you so much, you know, I just won't make my videos anymore. I'll just stick with my family. So it's actually the case, my friend, that it's globers who hate flat earthers, not the other way around.
Yeah, let's think about this likely scenario. A globe earther goes up to a flat earther and says, I think the Earth is a globe. A flat earther goes up to a globe earther and says, I think the Earth is flat. What do you think? Who do you think is going to get the vitriol? Obviously, it's the second, not the first.
Yeah. Honestly, I
See, we all used to be globe earthers. We weren't like born flat earthers. I believe all the shit you did.
Actually,
a lot of us. Hold on a second. It's an important point. A lot of us, like, I was a space nerd, dude. I was all into that shit, man. The first two movies I ever saw were about outer space. So, like, we all believed the Earth was a globe. The difference between us and you is we checked. We've checked, right? We've checked whether the claims they make are actually true. We went and checked. Whereas the typical globe earther, they just didn't check. They don't think it's important. They don't think it would matter. They have some cognitive dissonance block. Like, there's all sorts of reasons for them not checking. Laziness. But, like, I mean, we're only here to give information. We're not going to try to convince you of anything. I'm going to tell you, listen, bro, they say the Earth's a globe. We checked. It's not. That's it. If you want to know, do it yourself. It's a very simple test you can do to figure it out. It's not complicated. It's super simple. They try to trick you and say it's too complicated for you, that you need to be some fucking rocket scientist to figure out whether the Earth is flat or a globe. No, you can figure it out. It's fucking third grade geometry. It's super simple. That's all we're saying.
Yeah.
We're not saying anything more than that. We're not saying, hey, come join the cult. We're not saying anything other like we're saying, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Oh, you don't. You think there's other people that know and you believe what they told you. That's what the situation is for everybody that believes it. Everybody.
Yeah. What if?
I mean, let's do this. How many people do you think 100% know the Earth is a globe? Based upon their primary... Hold on. Based upon their primary experience. And not because somebody told them, but based upon what they've experienced themselves.
From what they've experienced themselves? Well, yeah. I'd have to say not almost any person that works with NASA. I'm not gonna say the astronauts because I know what your opinion is on about them, that they know they're faking it. They know because they faked it.
So how would the people at NASA know?
So I'm saying the engineers. Because no way every engineer, because I've heard from people here that the engineers themselves are being tricked into this lie. So I feel like...
No, you haven't heard that here. You haven't heard that here.
Yeah, I have.
They're not being tricked. No one claims that they're being tricked. They don't know.
I've been told by, it was Logi that told me that. I don't know if he's still here, but it was a flat earther named Logi.
Yeah, well, I don't listen to what Logi says. Logi's not a representative sample. Okay, so...
He is little. Oh, he tried using... Okay. He actually used ChatGPT.
I like
not in a text debate, but in like a speaking debate like this.
I like Logi. He's fine. But I'm telling you, it's not that they're being tricked. They don't know. Okay? You're obviously young. You've never worked a job. People don't know what anybody else is doing in any corporate environment. The CEO don't know where the fucking hand soap is kept. The people that knows where the hand soap is kept doesn't know where the fucking payroll comes out of, right? Nobody knows everything in an organization. In fact, most people only know their job. A fucking engineer gets a bunch of fucking instructions, a specification, build this fucking widget. It goes on the freaking satellite here. Okay, he just does his job, designs it, sends off the engineering diagram, it goes to manufacturing. That's the last he sees of it. Guy in manufacturing says, oh, here's the engineering drawing, make this widget. That goes off to someone else, someone that's supposed to install it or something. That guy frickin' assembles it, sticks it somewhere. Oh, that's done. Oh, where's the satellite going? Well, we're going to send it to the rocket people. That goes off to somebody else. None of these people know anything. Now, they might believe that there's a whole chain of events that leads to a fucking something going into space, but they don't actually know that. They only know what's in their purview. That's why I said primary. What's primary information? Not a chain of belief. So what do you think about what people actually know? The only people that ever live that would know the Earth is a globe, that claim to have seen the Earth in its entirety as a ball, would be the Apollo astronauts. Even the ISS people, even the ISS people would only see 3% of the Earth. Right? Yeah. They wouldn't see the curve of the Earth. I know the ISS pictures show the curve of the Earth, but they wouldn't see curve of the Earth. They're nowhere near high enough. In fact, the Chinese space station shows a flat Earth, and it's the same altitude, basically. It's like 15 kilometers lower. So, like, the math don't work out of seeing the curve of the Earth. They would only see 3% of it, which is a very tiny fraction, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So, they could be up, frickin' zipping around in a fucking plane and not know it. But that goes without saying. Even if you said all these people, all the astronauts, they're the people that know, and all the rest are believers, that's only 600 people. It's a very small amount. Now, there, of course, there'd be some people on the ground that have to know it's bullshit. What is that, 1,000? 10,000? You know that only 5 countries have launch capability where they can even launch a rocket.
I thought it was...
You know what's funny, brother? Real quick.
Other countries have space programs, but they don't have launch capability. They have to use somebody else.
I know...
How many people... Real quick, brother. I got a question. How many people were in the Manhattan Project?
I don't know.
Wasn't it... Well, I'm not... Yeah, I know, but I was asking Indio.
It's like
I can't remember... Right, so 100,000 people were in the Manhattan Project. How many of them actually knew what they were working on?
The Manhattan Project is the nuclear bomb, right?
Right. So there's 100,000 people employed towards the end goal. Less than a dozen
600,000
people.
over 6 years.
Okay, so that's even worse. So, but less than a dozen people actually knew what they were working on, if I remember correctly.
8 people knew the final product.
Oh, there you go. Less than 10 people actually knew what was going on. The rest of them had no clue.
Was the final product Tang? 200,000 people worked on Tang. We kept it a secret.
Alright, I got some more questions, if you don't mind me asking.
No, go ahead.
Alright.
That's right. We don't mind. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Y'all are somewhat chill. I mean, I don't know about that one girl that said, "Do you want me to make a charity case out of you?" That was a little odd, but...
She was only joking. Come on.
Yes, thank you for your defense, Indio. That was a joke. My goodness, Mario. So sensitive.
Oh. Alright.
That was me trying to be sympathetic towards your fantasy globe belief. I'm sorry if you don't accept my sympathy. I'll send you a sympathy card in the mail.
We got to be clear here.
Hippie van.
Look, we got to be clear. Luigi is the scaredy cat, Mario's the sensitive one, and Toad is the stalwart warrior.
Luigi? Oh, actually, I remember my question I was going to ask. Have you guys ever witnessed a debate here where the Globe Earther actually won?
That's a tough one.
Yes? You have?
Yes, but that depends on what you mean. Does that mean did he prove the Earth was a globe? No. He just won because whoever was engaging with him did a poor job of debating.
When was this?
I think I saw one instance where it seemed like the Globe Earther might have won, and that was one. It was like the last debate, Invincible. I don't know if you guys know him. I saw him in the server a few times. The last debate he ever did, it did actually seem like he might have won that one.
All right. Let me change it up. So when you said that, I took it to mean direct interactions that occurred here.
The guy that was defending did a poor job, just like you said, yeah.
I got you, but I'm just broadening it open to this. If you're talking about specific events, right, that were a debate, that's a different story than just impromptu debates that happen in conversation that have occurred, because we've been doing this almost a decade now. So there's been thousands upon thousands of interactions in this channel. So yeah, there's definitely been flat Earth losses where a flat Earther tried to present his case and he just sucked so bad he couldn't do it.
And you've witnessed this. Has it ever happened to you?
I can't remember the last time. Who was it? You gotta single them out.
Well, I mean,
Have I ever lost a debate?
Yeah. No. Who was it that lost? I know Karen debated someone once and she didn't do too well. I wouldn't call it a loss. Like, didn't finish. Karen B.
Brian.
Yeah, I mean, people who are very well. You like that one, didn't you,
Brian,
Overlord?
my God.
He lost to McToon. So, I mean.
Oh, Brian took the hugest freaking L. Oh, Jaronism to freaking, what is his name?
McKeegan?
Aaron Ra.
Wait, Jaron, is he in the server? Isn't that guy like actually?
No, he's not in this. I'm just talking about all the flat earthers I know that lost debates. None of those happened here.
I know almost every Professor Dave debate, the flat earther lost. Or did a poor
Oh my goodness, Mario. Send me even one link where you think Professor Dave won. Oh my goodness. I'm taking you out of my charity case roles here. I'm
debate.
sorry. You do not qualify anymore.
Rapper. You know the rapper he debated? Lord Jamal.
Yeah.
He did a horrible... I've never seen a flat earther do... Like, I was like, I even started feeling bad. I was like, I could defend the flat earth more than this guy.
Mario, what do you think the winning...
They pick low-hanging fruit. That's what they do.
Yep.
What do you think the winning argument is, Mario, that for the flat Earth where the Glober won? What's the best argument you think?
For Professor Dave?
No, what's the winning argument? What's the point that made it the Earth as a globe?
Well, when I was talking about winning the argument, I wasn't really talking. I was mainly talking about the person did such a bad job. He either A, quit, or B, just from the viewer's perspective, like you knew he fucked up in trying to defend his case.
So there's no evidence for the globe?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, Dave didn't win against the rapper guy. The rapper guy lost. Let's put it that way.
Well, Dave himself lost because the primary point, which me and you, my friend Mario, discussed earlier when we began, was that the physics of water and the orientation of the Earth clearly demonstrate that the surface is flat. Professor Dave said there's no way to know whether it's curved or not from the surface. So he removed himself in proving the surface from the surface, which is the thing in question. So he has lost all his debates ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past.
Yeah, he said you can't measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth. Which he must be a giant frickin' ball theorist.
How about like...
Well, because the 3,959 mile radius, that's 66 feet, a drop in 10 miles, that's easily measurable. So what the hell is he talking about?
How about in the, in this, you're talking about Karen? How she
Karen
actually...
B.
Who was that? I saw a girl in this server that apparently died. I didn't know too much about it, but I saw something about that.
A girl in this server that died?
Yes.
Yeah, like, she passed away from a brain tumor recently. Yes, you're
not
correct.
In this server. Is she in here? Witch?
Yeah, well,
Witch?
She... Little Witch, yeah.
I didn't know her.
Was she a flat earther?
I guess.
As far as I remember. There's two of them that I always get confused in my memory, but I could have sworn she was the one that was the flat earther.
Who do you think is the biggest globe earther in this server? Because I see globe earthers mainly just come and go. Has there ever been one to like actually stay and continue?
Platypus. Platypus is the *1 glober.
Second?
No, there's more. There's people. Who else has been longer? There's people that have been longer than him. He's not
but you see,
not Matthew Lawrence either. It's not Hellish Fish. Who's the fuck? I can't remember his name, dude. He's been here forever. He was in the old server forever, like from the beginning.
And he's still a globe earther?
Yeah, I think so.
Fish is in his name?
Hellish Fish. That was the wrong name. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Hold on, I'll find it.
How about, I saw a few. I only know Invincible because I came in here, like, not too long before he had left. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say, in answer to your question about, has Globe Earther ever won, like, against the actual facts, the evidence, the objective demonstration of how the globe is easily debunked, a globe earther never wins against the cold hard truth. So, for example, Overlord and Indio, I'm just saying them because those are the people you're talking to. There's other people that would be in this category, but since I first came to this server in 2019, I've witnessed both of them in countless debates against globe believers, and I've never seen them defeated once. There's no, I mean, when you are using observations, classical scientific method, cold hard evidence against a religious belief, which is what the globe is, I mean, there's no way the glober can win. So that would be my answer to that.
What other interesting
questions? The reason for that, my friend, while you're thinking of a question, the reason for what she just said is because the majority of globers operate in a world of argumentation that is a stack of logical fallacies to support each other. And so none of their core presumptions within those stack of fallacies can be proven. So in other words, if the Earth was a globe, such and such would happen. But you got to prove the Earth is a globe in the first place. And you can't borrow the proof the Earth is a globe from a different line of reasoning that starts with if the Earth was a globe, such and such would happen. The reason is because it always results in circular reasoning and a logical fallacy called affirming the consequent, which means you can't definitively prove your case. So the only thing that they can offer is direct surface curvature measurements, right? And everything they offer is either indirect or logically fallacious.
It's Octane Weasel, by the way. He was on the old.
Oh yeah,
like within a month or 2 months. Yeah, he's been a long time.
Wait, don't you?
What about Connie? Do you remember Connie?
No. Who? Connie?
Connie, like Kunny.
Oh, Connie. Yeah, I remember him. Is that you? Did you?
No, it's not me. I just remember.
Well, hey, wait a minute, dude. Watch the live stream. I'll give you my favorite longtime Glober who absolutely loves us. 1 second, I'll post it right here. My favorite. It's also one of my favorite memes in the universe. Yeah, just watch the live stream and you'll see the text there. Read his meme, dude. Read what that guy said right there. He is a Glober, but he understands how stupid some of the globe claims are.
The horizon cannot curve on a globe.
His name was Cat.
Yes. The horizon cannot curve on a globe. Well, it can't. Like the horizon now turn to the right. Did it drop? Now turn more to the right. Did it? Now did it drop? Continue turning to the right. After 360 degrees, what happens? It meets up with where it started. How could this curve? Anyone who thinks the horizon on a globe can curve is nuts. Huh.
So I'll take a moment of silence for Caddy. He hasn't been seen since frickin'. He was very old and no one's seen him since the pandemic. So
he did die.
A distinct fucking possibility.
I think I once actually had a debate in here, and the most, I don't know if every globe, I think some might have actually used ChatGPT, but on one of the debates I got accused of using it. I forgot when, but it might have been on an alt account or something, but I remember I gotten accused of it. I just got so annoyed. I was like, what? I'm not even using it.
Yeah, you were using Perplexity. You would never use ChatGPT.
I only know ChatGPT. I don't know Perplexity. I know,
use Gemini, it's better.
Gemini? Makes the argument more realistic.
Gemini, it's on a different data set than the other ones. All of them use the same data set. Google, because they have a search engine, can, use their own shit.
Isn't he a globe earther or flat earther?
Who?
Homo thing?
The only globe earthers I see, Mansky.
Right now in the lobby.
Oh, in the lobby.
Oh, God, I think I should probably finish this report. Starting to cut it a little close.
Homo thing? That's not Edgeworth shit at all.
Do you have a favorite
he's studying. He's studying for his general ed degree. Oh, a favorite globe earther! My goodness, top 10 globe earthers. You're my favorite, Mario.
Really? Wow,
You went from charity case to freaking
favorite. How did I go to your favorite from like being a charity case?
Yeah, well, I live in the moment, but I feel like there's some hope for you. You seem like you're capable of having a reasonable conversation. I mean, it sounds like you've been observing this topic for a while.